All right. Hello. What's up, guys? We're back after a couple of days off for the first stream of the year, and as it usually goes, we're going to be doing a tier list of 2025, remind ourselves of what we had, and hope for a better 2026. Although I think it's going to be difficult. 2025 was already really good. So you already know how this works, but I'm gonna remind you. So anything above a D tier, so from C, B, A, S, is worth trying out. Anything below that, D and F, I would just advise not to go for. Also, me defining something as C tier, B tier, A tier, everything is gonna be strictly my opinion. So don't get your feelings up in a bunch if I dislike something that you liked or the other way around. Anyways, let's get started then. So what are we dealing with? First game up. We're gonna do it just like last time too. We're gonna check out the trailers and everything, just as a reminder also for myself as for the kind of game that we're talking about here. So first up we've got 9 Kings. Whoops. All right, 9 Kings. 9 Kings. Interesting game, for sure. We're talking about a game that is a roguelite, basically. I think it's very easy to pick up. It's also very easy to put down without looking back, I'm not gonna lie. So basically, as you've seen, it's a deck building roguelite, where you fight through waves, so it's almost like a tower defense kind of thing, but with an open field instead of seeing beasts follow a track. I remember at first I wanted to explore, all the different deck builds, see what would work, what would not work. And very quickly I came up with a viable strategy where you just buff a demon to the top. So you basically take one huge ass character and dump everything into it, drop it on the board, and just watch the mayhem unfold. I think that with this game you're gonna get a couple of runs for each deck build, but the cards available for each and every king is actually pretty tiny. At least at the time I played it, I think you have maybe 15 good cards for each deck. So a lot of the effects are just going to be very minuscule, so you're just going to end up grabbing the same cards over and over to get the strategy that works. There is a small sense of tactics with this game, because you can choose where to place the units, and depending on short range versus long range units like archers, that matters a little bit. But I still found it a bit repetitive and imbalanced, because depending on the deck, you're going to find that most power-ups are percentage-based instead of flat values. And also, that I have, I'm not really a fan of pixel art in general. There are some cases where I can see past it, but here that was not the case. I mean, it's simple pixel art as expected of most indie games. Now, do keep in mind that I played this game on early access, which means that the game may have changed in the meantime since I played it. I think it's a good game for what it's worth. you know, it's basically plug and play. You grab it and you try it out and you have some fun. So I think it can be a solid B tier as a start. Yeah, I'm fine with having 9 kings there. Okay, next up we've got... "12 is better than 6. Wait. So you can see top-down shooter, monochromatic, hand-drawn. You also get a lot of options. Bows, rifles, pistols, knife. And you will use the knife a lot. "12 is better than 6 indeed." Alright. So, what to say about this game? You know, top-down, stick shooter. I got this one for free, so, you know, can't complain too much about it. I found it a little bit divisive. I'm not really a fan of the black and white aesthetic for a Western game. I do like spaghetti westerns, like I've watched a lot of spaghetti western movies. But I think for this game, if you give it that sepia tone like it's Mexico, I think it would work wonders. I was surprised to have more than just pistols as weapons. Because you get rifles, you get shotguns, you get a knife for silent kills, and I did use the knife quite a lot. But I would say it's less of a shooting game, and it's more of a stealth puzzle game. Because you're just trying to either escape an area, or you're slaughtering everyone as silently as you can. So that you don't end up overrun by like 5 or 6 opponents. I thought the controls were a little bit rough for me. The level design is very simplistic. I'm gonna be honest, this game could have repeated this. After I've been through like 10-ish levels, you could have repeated the same areas and I probably wouldn't tell the difference. So yeah, I think it's a decent game, but I wasn't that much of a fan of the controls or the art style. I would say this is a C-. I think it's worth giving it a try, but barely. I mean, I did get it for free anyways, so... Alright, let's jump up to A Hat in Time. I do like that one. Oh yeah, this is the Switch trailer. More cutscene than gameplay.
Ever since you landed in Mafia Town, it's been raining with these magical hourglasses.
Okay, so this is your starter area, the Mafia Town. Oh, I love the train level. Yeah, the forest. The haunted forest. The toilet fight. God, the Snatcher suit tune is so good in this game. Yeah, so your hats are gonna be your power-ups. I think there's like 5 of them. The outfits are purely cosmetic. Time Rifts as an optional challenge. Platforming challenge. I've never done co-op in this game, but I have played the game a lot.
You must be very lost, kid with the hat. You're in the heart of our town.
I'll collect all the timepieces for myself. You have my word on it.
Hat in Time. It's a really nice 3D platformer collectathon. Okay, so I've actually played this game quite a few times before. I probably ended up playing it again in 2025. I think I've played it like 4 times. If you've never heard of A Hat in Time, I wouldn't blame you, because this game actually got released around the same time as Super Mario Odyssey, so, you know, as a 3D platformer, it's kind of overshadowed. But I did like it. I mean, you get really snappy, responsive controls. You get some neat acrobatics, like you can do a double jump into an air dash into another jump from there. I think it has the feel of like an old school 3D platformer while still being a modern one. The art style, you've seen it, it's a cutesy thing. But more than the art style, I really like the cast too. Like the Mafia guys, the studio dudes that are always butting heads, and the Snatcher especially. The boss music of the Snatcher is really good. Also, the characters, like the boss characters, feel like they're actually trying to get you, especially if you try to do the harder versions of them. It really feels there's a real challenge with the bosses in this game. Also, the main character herself, I mean, she's silent, but she's expressive and very playful too. I think that there was some pretty good level design. I remember well the Nyakuza Metro, the Alpine Village, Mafia Town. Within the studio, you have multiple areas, like when you're shooting the train movie, the investigation movie. I wasn't that much of a fan of the ship in Seal the Deal DLC, so when you're in the Arctic, I thought Nyakuza Metro did a much better job. Now, some negatives, I think that the camera can get a little bit awkward if you're in a tight space, and the optional side quests that Snatcher provides you at the end game, they are meant to be ridiculously difficult, like even borderline unfair, to be honest, some of them. I think that'll turn a couple of people off, but again, I mean, those are optional. I have a soft spot for this game. I think that this would get an A- to an A tier. I do have a soft spot for A Hat in Time. I like this game. Alright, next up we've got All Will Fall. I think I played that one as a demo, actually. I'm not even sure if it's out. So it's a city building, but you're encouraged to build vertically because of the tithe.
We arrived at this feeble piece of land a long time ago. A bunch of vagabonds in search of a new home in this dying world. Under the guidance of our wise leader, we built a beautiful city up to the sky. It was not easy, for the resources were scarce, and Mother Nature wasn't always kind. But we prevailed. We worked hard and laughed, celebrating each day. We explored the land and the ocean and welcomed newcomers into our walls. But as the city grew, so did our leader's power. His heart slowly turned to stone.
And you better be careful with how you build, because everything can go to shit.
Food for the chosen few and demanding to build more and more despite all the dangers. And when the storm came, everyone paid the price. His decisions led to a catastrophe.
How old is this trailer? I don't remember this game having policies.
We survived worse. Now, it's your turn to lead us. Will you be a savior or a tyrant? Bring prosperity to the last bastion of humanity, or else all will fall.
All will fall. Yeah, I played this game to take care of the bug that wanted to play Anno, to be honest. I'm a little bit biased towards city building games because I will inevitably end up comparing them to Anno. Which, I know it's a Ubisoft franchise, but it is a good one. But anyways, it's another early access game that I either an early access. I don't think I played the demo. I might have played this in early access once it came out. I was a bit disappointed. I mean, like I said, my expectations of a city building game usually are inflated because the Anno series tends to be very complete as a city building video game. The concept, I was interested in the concept. with the idea of building a vertical city while being aware of the construction physics. So your focus has to be on avoiding a collapse. And the idea of being surrounded by ocean, you're basically at the mercy of the wood and steel or junk that it provides to you. I thought that was interesting, instead of you building your own buildings that create stuff for you. I don't think it worked well when I tried it out. First of all, performance. My PC is way above this game's requirements, but everything felt so chunky. I'm pretty sure I had to lower my settings when I played it. It's an early access, so stuff like the UI, yeah, it's kind of basic. I also found it was really easy to run out of resources, and when you cannot reach any further resources, you kind of have to rely on being drip-fed by the sea. So the resource system basically is like this: wood and junk. But if you're missing wood or junk, you're gonna need to build a bridge to get to more wood or junk, which means you're gonna be spending wood or junk to get more. So if you want your resources that are scattered around the area, you need to spend materials to build bridges so that you can get the materials. It's, I don't know, I wasn't a fan of that. If you run out of resources, you are being drip fed and the game slows down to a crawl. I think that, well, at least when I played it, the game still needed a lot of work to be fun to play instead of a chore. When I played it on release, I would not recommend it. I think that this is around the D tier, but it might have changed since. So, you know, it might be worth getting another look at it. Who knows? Anyways, let's move on to the next one, which is Aotenjo. Oh, I do like Aotenjo, but it's not going to be for everybody. So think Balatro, but with Mahjong. Yeah, you get multiple sets of tiles, lots of hands in Mahjong. Yeah, you got the same relics, you got your consumables at the bottom left. So yeah, I mean, you get the idea. It's basically Balatro with a different coat of paint, if you will. I mean, I like Balatro, so... You know, what if Balatro turned into Riichi Mahjong, right? It's a roguelike deck builder anyway, you just get the Mahjong mechanics. You still get the whole familiar feeling from Balatro where you have like over 100 relics, parentheses jokers, I guess. But the deck is going to be a lot more complex because you're trying to build a Mahjong hand. So you're going to be concerned with patterns, with Yaku, well, Yaku/patterns, they're the same thing, really. Now, the game is in early access, and they have been adding updates, new decks, and they've been revamping the transformations that you can do to the tiles and some relics effects, so it has room for improvement. I think that the barrier to entry is much higher. A lot more people know poker than Mahjong. And Balatro has been proven to be mostly a strategy game. People have beaten Balatro on all difficulties in a row. With all the decks, without losing once. So I think it has proven that strategy trumps luck in Balatro. Whereas in Aotenjo, sometimes it feels, at least right now, that luck matters more than strategy, especially on higher difficulties. I mean, and if you're unfamiliar with Mahjong rules, I think that Aotenjo is way more overwhelming when you're starting, and the tutorials do not do a good job of explaining Riichi Mahjong rule sets. From a negative perspective, I think what surprised me the most, honestly, was the English translation of the game. I think that for some bosses, for some tile effects, some transformations you can do to the tiles, it's only going to be clear what happens when you play the things and when you play the tiles and when you face the bosses. But I feel like that's a minor issue that will be fixed even in early access. I would say, for me, because I do like Mahjong, that this is a B tier game. It's not the easiest thing to pick up if you don't know Mahjong, and even if you do, I think that there will be some luck involved right now. Again, early access, let's give it some time. Alright, let's move on to R.E.P.O. R.E.P.O, okay. R.E.P.O. Am I gonna get an ad with every single... Oh yeah, there is no trailer for this game. I literally just have to show you this. This is a free game, by the way. Yeah, it's just gameplay. Yep, I played this. It was free. So you got your sword, your cooldowns, your power-ups. I don't think there's much more that we need to see with this one. Let's just move on from that. Anyways. Alright. So basically, you know those mobile ads where you control a character left and right? It passes by gates that increase or decrease your power, and the ad plays in a pretty fucking dumb way to make you feel frustrated and download the game so that you get to see a decent run being played. This game is free. It is that type of game, as you've seen. It scratches that itch, so if you end up feeling like playing that game that you see all the time in ads, it's fun for what it is for a brief period of time. It has a well-adjusted difficulty. I think that much like most mobile games, R.E.P.O only scratches the surface and just leaves it at that. The upgrades that you buy, for example, for what is... I mean, this is practically a very minimalistic roguelike, right? Like, and the meta progression upgrades you can get are very basic. Just for example, you can increase your HP and your damage 3 times. So, yeah, 3 purchases in the shop, that's it. I think it took me about 2 hours to buy the whole shop, which meant that from that point on, with no more meta progression, the runs just became a game of playing and waiting until I get killed. I'm just gonna give this one a C tier. Can be above 12 is better than 6, awesome. Honestly, I wasn't that big of a fan anyways. Let's just jump from there. This one was a very short one I tried out. Let's move on to Ball Pit. Now there's a good game.
Balbalon has fallen. A pit is all that remains. Now treasure seekers flock to explore its depths.
God, the fusions are so fun.
Base building. Survival roguelike. Power up. Rebuild Balbalon.
Okay, whoever made the trailer sure liked the character that is 2 characters all at once. Alright. Definitely worth playing this one. Ball Pit, as you've seen, mixes action roguelike with a tiny bit of city management. So you're trying to save Balbalon by defeating harder and harder hordes of monsters as you go down the pit. They made a really good gameplay loop. So as you go down the pit, you control this bouncing ball facing monsters as you go. And so you're gonna have to be aware of the angles and the angles of the balls that you're shooting and the enemy placement. But what really can sometimes make you feel like a freaking god are the moments where the game rewards improvisation. Like, you have no idea what's going to happen if you fuse ball A with ball B, but you suddenly get something that essentially gives you the win, like a really strong combination that just clears the whole board. I still remember how much I loved the basic horizontal and vertical lasers and just fusing them to get both directions at the same time. Until I discovered the nuclear one. It's not called nuclear laser, but it's something like that, which mostly fires in a diagonal pattern and just melts down everything. It was so good. And then you start combining that with like the spider so that you can multiply your nuclear laser into multiple ones. Then you start doing like 3-tier combinations of evolutions, unlocking freaking devils and nuclear bombs. It's really fun to figure this stuff out. And on top of that, I mean, that alone is already a great game. But on top of that, the city building aspects, in the city, you have a lot of upgrades that give you power, you know, so you got your basic stat boosts, sure, but you can also increase your slots to enable more balls, unlock more artifacts. Yes, there are some relics in the game, and new characters. Man, the characters. This game has 16 characters, and they all play differently. For example, do you want to play with all of your powers doubled? You take the cohabitants, which showed up on that trailer. But what if instead of shooting the ball upward, you wanted it to come from above to strike your enemies in the back? There's a shade that can do that. But better than that, do you want the ball pit to become a turn-based game? There is a tactician where he shoots the ball, then the enemies come down, and you play a turn-based game. These are 3 characters of the 16. There are others, ones that shoot the ball like it's a grenade launcher. Instead of shooting it further ahead of himself, it shoots it like lobbing a grenade. There are ones that play automatically, so it's and everything is selected at random. There's ones that buff AoE instead of raw damage, status damage instead of raw damage. Sorry. It has a lot of gameplay and a lot of fun, and also the way the city building benefits you, like how you get resources. It's interesting that you have to shoot your civilians instead of just getting the resources. And if that was not enough, 2026, this year, this game still has 3 updates planned. I'm not sure if they're going to be free or not. I think they will. I'm definitely going to be playing them on stream too when they come out. Now, I would normally put Ball Pit as an S tier. The only reason I'm not going to do that is one thing and one thing only. I think that the economy system needs to be reworked slightly, because on stream I found a very easy way to make money, where in the hub world I trapped the ball between 6 mines and just kept hitting them for cash. Very fast cash, like 2,000 every time I did that. There were times I ended the run, went to the city and came out with 15,000 cash. It felt like a shortcut or even a cheat, but hey, if it's in the game, I'm gonna use it. So I think the game could have made this feel like less of an exploit. That's the only reason I'm not putting it in S. And hey, who knows? After the 3 updates, it might just get there. But yeah, Ball Pit's definitely a very high contender. I'd say A+, very close to being an S tier game. Alright, next up is Black Myth Wukong. Okay. Black Myth Wukong it is. I'm not sure if we need to go through 5 minutes of the game. Especially if it's all going to be cutscene-like. Do keep in mind I played this game after I had already experienced both Elden Ring and Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I played Elden Ring and Sekiro in January, in 2025 January. So I played this after, so I kind of already have an idea of what to expect from a Souls-like. Now, is there actual gameplay in this trailer? Okay, there we go. So, you know, it's your typical third-person fighting difficult bosses kind of game. Yeah, the transformations are nowhere near as impressive as they sound. It's a skill that has a timer on it, so you're not gonna play transformed that often. Wait, that right there? Here, the explosion around these sacks, that is the greatest exploit of EXP in the game. This area sucks. I remember fighting the ice dragon here. The ice dragon has some of the worst freaking movement I've seen in the game. Like, at first I thought it was a hitbox issue, but no, it's just annoying movement. So we have more cutscene. I mean, I think you got the idea, right? Now, let's just move on. I think we get the idea of what this is supposed to be. Alright. So Black Myth Wukong. Like I said, I played this game after I already had experience with a couple of Souls games. For those who don't know, Black Myth Wukong is based off of the Chinese mythology book Journey to the West, which Goku from Dragon Ball is also based off of. And you're playing a character who is not Sun Wukong, but is trying to become as strong as the original Sun Wukong. You actually start the game in a tutorial section where you play as Sun Wukong already with all the abilities. And then you play with, I guess, sort of a descendant. Now, it's a Souls-like, so, you know, lots of bosses, lots of danger. You gotta explore for upgrades to your character. You gotta learn the boss's patterns, dance with them, find the right rhythm before you start whooping their ass. Compared to Souls games, I actually found Black Myth Wukong way more forgiving. Honestly, if you want to try a first Souls game, I feel like you still should go Elden Ring to get a feel of From Software games, but if you want something slightly more forgiving while still being a Souls-like, Black Myth Wukong might be the way to go, because the game allows you to freely experiment with your character build. So if you don't like the build, you can change your ability points for free, you can try out new moves, different weapons. Now, unfortunately, much like most Souls games, it revolves around gaining experience to boost your stats. So it's simple to just overlevel, get a lot of power, and just kill everything. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think... even without overleveling, honestly, I think the bosses are way more forgiving than the typical Souls game from Software. This one is not a From Software game, let me get that clear. I think that the bosses are way more forgiving. I'm pretty sure I never died more than a handful of times on any boss, except the last two bosses of the game. The last main boss and the optional one. Also, one thing about this game, it's very easy to miss quests or optional bosses permanently during your run if you don't take an effort to explore every corner in every map section. Beautiful visuals, it has a very responsive combat. Honestly, I think 99% of the time the hitboxes feel fair. Other than once or twice I might have called it bullshit. Like I said, I remember the dragon in the ice section, it was really annoying. But if you're into action RPGs that give you a good challenge, just slightly easier than your typical From Software game, and coupled with this cultural spin that you don't really see typically in video games, I think Black Myth Wukong is a great game. It's not without its slight flaws, like being so easy to miss some quests, some NPC encounters, missing some actual relics or upgrades for yourself. I think it's pretty easy to miss a lot of stuff. So I don't think it's an S tier, but it would definitely be an A+ tier. I feel like this Ball Pit and Black Myth Wukong are both A+, and A Hat in Time is A. Just A tier. Okay, I think that is fair for now. Let's move on to Celeste. Celeste. Oh, it's also a Switch trailer. From the creators of Towerfall. I've never seen Towerfall. So you can jump, you can dash, you have a mid-air dash, you can climb. Then things start getting a little bit more difficult. Strawberry is completely optional. Oh, I really liked this challenge of the character chasing you. Coming soon to the Nintendo Switch, or you know, you can just play it on Steam. But anyways. Celeste. Celeste, I think, was a decent to good kind of game. I'm going against the grain here. If you go by the reviews, everyone calls it the best platformer ever. So I thought, sure, let's give it a shot. I'm gonna be honest, I think it deserves half the praise it gets. I was mildly disappointed. Maybe I just had a lot of expectations from everybody calling it the best platformer ever. Well, let's get started with the obvious. I'm generally speaking not a fan of pixel art games. I think indie games are overrun with that art style. And more often than not, if a game has that art style, I usually just don't even look into the game. However, kudos, Celeste is a good enough game that I could see past it. I did. I could see past the art style. The platform is honestly really, really good. Tight controls, very responsive. I think that the game's difficulty is nowhere near as difficult as people say it is. This game is only difficult if you're doing the optional content. Nothing about the main game is that hard. Story, I really didn't care much. Story for me was just plain boring. What really confuses me is that from the reviews, I expected this to be an S-tier, really amazing platforming experience, and instead I came out of it just thinking, okay, it's a fun, by-the-numbers, unsurprising indie platformer. It looks pretty, plays fine. Story, I didn't care much, but I got what I wanted. I got a platformer game out of it. It just seems like everybody who played this game had a life-changing experience, whereas I lived a Tuesday. I just had a Tuesday with this game. I think that it is still a very solid platformer. I would say a B tier above the current ones, above Aotenjo and Nine Kings. I think B is a very fair score for Celeste. Alright. Let's jump to Chrono Trigger. I'm actually not sure if this trailer is any good, and it's not this one. It's the Nintendo DS trailer because this is the version I played. So there's time traveling involved in this game, which I didn't know when I started it. After 13 long years. And yes, the art style is the same from Dragon Ball. Frog is awesome. Not a lot of gameplay from what I'm seeing here. JRPG, but the combat is not really turn-based or real-time. We'll get to that. Okay, yeah, we got it. There's nothing left. Got it. It's not the best trailer, I'm not gonna lie. But anyways. So, Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger... I'm gonna go against the grain here again. I think Chrono Trigger is treated as the sacred cow of JRPGs. If you have played modern JRPGs and you lose your rose-tinted nostalgia glasses, I don't think you will see the sacred cow of JRPGs. I did not care that much for the story, I'm sorry. I do appreciate time travel as an interesting concept, but I find that whether it's gaming, TV series, movies, anime, books, anytime something has a time travel mechanic, people glaze it like there's no tomorrow. I mean, let's be honest, what is time travel in Chrono Trigger? It's separate map sections. That's it. You have a map section with a futuristic looking place. You have a map section with past. You have the map section with your kingdom. I do understand that they're meant to be past and future, but are you really time traveling in the game? To me, it didn't feel like it, because the areas were so different. Like when you go to the future, everything is destroyed. So it doesn't feel like you're traveling through the same map, using the same roads, other than in the hub world, I guess. Using the same roads and seeing the differences. To me, it just felt like you were traversing different areas. Well, also, I mean, if these areas were anything more than that, most major world-altering events would not be solved within an hour of gameplay. I don't think so. I didn't like the characters either. Many characters I felt stop evolving after they're introduced and they degrade to just a bunch of cartoonish one-note tropes. I did like the frog story, and that was really the only one that stood out for me. Now, the main reason why I don't like Chrono Trigger. I absolutely hated the combat. I despised the combat in this game. I have played games with real-time combat. I have played games with turn-based combat. I absolutely hated Xenoblade for trying this shoddy mishmash of the two, where instead of fighting in real time or in turn-based, you're doing a FIFO, first in, first out, pipeline where you shove actions in there and eventually they happen. This game is no exception. It's a shitty mix of the two. You select your actions and they will happen, but your opponent is also attacking at the same time. And it really doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a turn-based game, but it also doesn't feel like a real-time combat, because you can stop, kind of, in a way. It's hard to explain. It's the same kind of system that you see in most Final Fantasy games. I don't like that kind of combat, that's it. It's hard to explain sometimes. I just don't like it. On a positive note, I did appreciate that the game removed random encounters, so you only fought if you wanted to in the overworld. That was nice. I think that Chrono Trigger is the kind of game that walked so that others could run. But I also feel that this game's reputation owes a lot to nostalgia and to combat that I'm sure at the time was unique, and with me it just didn't click. With that being said, I do think it's worth trying out. If you've never played Chrono Trigger, I do think it's an experience trying out. And that's from a guy who didn't really appreciate the game that much. I would still put it at least a C tier, so that, to recommend it, to give it a try. It just is not for me. Anyways, let's move on from that and jump onto... I believe it is Clair Obscur. Hell yeah, it is.
Rated M for mature.
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse for everyone.
No. She chose to come. I didn't make the rules between you two.
You're fighting to change things.
For those who come after. Right?
That cutscene, man.
I was used to losing people.
Yeah, me too.
The music is so good.
I know it seems absurd to offer oblivion as recompense, but
She'll never paint again.
Man, it is a beautiful game, that it is. Alright. Clair, Obscur, Expedition 33. Now, for the exact opposite reaction, get ready for me to glaze an actually amazing game. Clair Obscur, Expedition 33 tells the story of a world where people die younger and younger. And that's why it's also called Expedition 33. The 33 that you see is people die when they reach 33 years of age. Next year would be 32. The year after they would die at 31. This game is literally the kind of miracle that only happens when 33 people escape the clutches of the corporate hell that is Ubisoft. From the very beginning of the game, when you play just long enough to see that cutscene at the harbor, you know what I'm talking about, you know that this is going to be more than a game. This is going to be an experience. Now, I'm going to try not to spoil, I don't want to spoil this game. Expedition 33 is built around this concept of, like I said, people die younger and younger, so you're kind of pulled into this sense of urgency and weight, because every character is not just fighting the enemy, they're fighting time. And it's not like the cast is blindly following you either. Lune, Sael, Mael, they have their backstories, they've had their heartbreaks, they have their hopes, they feel like their own person. Monoko is amazing as a, even as a humorous character. I really like it. Like, you can tell that the writers of this game were competent. The cast is mature, you know, it's nuanced, it respects you, the player. I mean, you're not gonna have everything stated as is for you like movies these days do. You are expected to be capable of reading between the lines, pick up on subtext. You're not gonna get everything shoved down your throat. Humor also feels very natural, and honestly sometimes unexpected. Like the moments with Monoko and Verso feel sometimes it felt like I was watching a Leslie Nielsen movie. The humor felt very well crafted, really. Visually, I also think that visually the game manages to detach itself a bit from most games out there. When you play a video game, I think there are styles you half expect to see. It makes you have a reaction like, oh, okay, so it's another one of these. It's one of these that I've played like 10 times. You know, you've got your pixel art games, you've got your anime style games, you got that stylized 3D games. And Clair Obscur gives you something very unique, which is like a painting-like style. I think it's inspired by European aesthetic. These guys are French. And I would have never expected this style to be in a video game. The environments feel like they were handmade instead of just, you know, something that you pull from the Unity engine store. You've got the ruins, the battlefields, the cities, and they all feel like you're entering a canvas, a painting. So I think that's also another amazing point. The combat system is essentially taking the style of combat you already know in JRPGs, turn-based combat. You level up your character, you learn your skills, and then you fight on a turn-based fashion. But it includes a very simple mechanic to make sure that you pay attention during the combat. Parrying. You have to parry. You need reaction timing in a turn-based system, but it's still a turn-based system combat. You know, you go, opponent goes, you go, opponent goes. It's flashy, but it doesn't sacrifice the clarity. And if you're willing to do the optional areas, by the way, Clair, Simon, the Endless Tower, you're gonna get difficulty for days. You're gonna get really long sections to parry. This game will demand attention from you, even though you're playing turn-based. Now, for those who have seen the other tier lists I've done, you know that to me, what turns a video game from a great game into an actual experience is the music. This game delivered. The soundtrack is exceptional. I have it. I actually should include it on the playlists for the stream in the future. It's mostly melancholic, but it's not trying to be overbearing. And there's some pretty good rhythm. The fight against... there's a fight against a certain antagonist that suddenly drops this bomb on you of a song, which is amazing. What was the song named? Une vie at la mer? I'm saying that wrong, I'm pretty sure. What was it called? Une vie at la mer. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but that's how it's said. That music is so good. Other points about Expedition 33, I think that this is also a game that is not trying to chase trends, you know, appealing to the wider audience or appealing to the modern audience. This game set to deliver something to the gamers, and that's what it delivered. There's no filler, no bloat, no boredom. It was focused, it had purpose, it was sincere. It's also a game that respects you as a person, respects your intelligence. I think that Expedition 33 is a game that reminds gamers today why we love RPGs in the first place. I think this is a great reminder. Yes, this is why I played that RPG, and from then on I was interested in RPGs. I have played this game twice this year already. I'm still in the middle of my second playthrough. I haven't seen Verso's Drafts, which is a new area that came with the 1.5 update. I'm working through the Endless Tower right now. I am having an absolute blast with this game, and this is definitely worthy of being the S tier game, not just on my tier list, but I would say game of the year for me. This was absolutely amazing, an amazing experience, a unique experience, and I'm just sad. It's gonna take a long time before I see something like this again. Fantastic game, beautiful, and I really hope they put in more updates so I have an excuse to play it a third, a fourth time, hell, a fifth time. Okay, let's move from that to Cloverpit. Okay. Click that. It's an ad. Please. Thank you. Actually, Cloverpit is pretty much what you see. You're inside a room, you've got yourself an ATM and a roulette, and you gotta gamble to get out of this room. Yeah, pay your debts, boy. And then you get another deadline, so it's the kind of thing you've already seen in Balatro, you know, make number go bigger, and then make bigger number go even bigger. You've got your relics to help out on getting a higher number. And when you don't have enough coins, say goodbye. Kind of like in Balatro too, when you don't have a high enough number, say goodbye. Wow, that was, I mean, yeah, 1 minute. You don't need more to explain what this game is, yeah? That's pretty much it, am I right? So, Cloverpit. I'm actually impressed. I played this on as a demo, and then when it came out, the 1.0, and in the demo you get the idea that it's just a gambling roguelite. But when you play the 1.0, this game actually turns out to be way deeper than I thought it was on when it released. Because at first glance, and I feel like most players who have played this probably only scratched the surface, will play this the same way that you would play another roguelite where you chase a number becomes a bigger number, and if number becomes big enough, you win GG. So you're trapped in that bleak-looking room, slot machine and ATM, pay off your debts and you're out. There's a tiny bit of horror element, I guess, but not really. Otherwise, I would not have touched this game with a 10-foot pole. I do think there's a lot of strategy involved in this game with all the different trinkets that you can get, especially if you're aiming to get like the E notation numbers, like 5 times 10 to the power of X kind of thing. Now, I am going to give you some slight spoilers, but I'm not going to tell you how to achieve these spoilers. There is some actual lore behind this game. Winning the game is actually a bad ending, because when you get out, you're going to realize that there are other rooms just like yours, and you don't really escape. You just left the room. You are actually supposed, while playing this, to figure out, while you're inside the room, who is talking to you on the other side of the phone, know when to answer and when to ignore the phone calls, and create a situation that is going to turn your greatest nightmare, the 666, into your most powerful ally. If you, when you use the slot machine, if you get a 666, you lose all your money. But there are ways to turn that into something you want to see. I think the game also introduced some really neat stuff when you're doing really well in the game. So if you pay off your debts really early, the game gives you modifiers that you can use for your next run. So pay your debts really fast, you can change how you play the game in future runs. For example, instead of getting to use the slot machine 3 times to pay your debt, you get to use it 10 times, I think it's something like that. But your debt increases much faster. Stuff like that. There's one that allows you to use, I think, more trinkets or less trinkets. There's about like 12 different modifiers for this run for this game. I think that it's a very fun, very simple in a way roguelite that tickled me, because I do like stuff like Balatro, you know, the kind of roguelite where you chase a number. Even though Cloverpit, even though you're using a slot machine with this game, it's not entirely luck. You can manipulate a lot of things about the roulette. You can manipulate how valuable some combinations are, how valuable some symbols are. You can increase the odds of a specific symbol appearing. So you can start crafting with your trinkets a build that is going to get you to victory fairly easily, I would say. I think I'm going to put Cloverpit as a solid A tier. Up there, and it would be below A Hat in Time just because I am a little... Nah, I think it's actually going to go above A Hat in Time, honestly. I think I have to give some credit to Cloverpit for how simple looking it is as a game. It is still pretty impressive. Okay, let's move on to Commander Quest.
Let's go gambling.
Human or dwarf? So this is a second character. You are also gonna able to place down buildings, not just units. Ah, there's only one build with the dwarves, and that's the beers. You just want these dwarves to be drunk as hell. Not as many cards as it might seem, at least in my opinion. So you're starting to get the idea. You see here, you've got your 3 energy, you've got your cards, you've got your money up there, you're gonna have your potions or your consumables up there, you got your health. So I think you're starting to see the parallels, right? The main difference is that instead of, compared to Slay the Spire, is that you have actual placement of your units in specific areas of the field. Okay, Commander Quests. That is the trailer. So, Commander Quest. Obviously you've seen the parallels between Slay the Spire. It's just yet another game that tries to replicate what Slay the Spire has already achieved. Literally, it takes the relics, it takes the potions, consumables, whatever you want to call it, it takes the energy, the whole shebang. It does try to add its own twist to the deck-building roguelite experience that we're so familiar with, by making the cards actual units that you place on the field for battle, because, you know, Commander Quests, you are a commander leading an army. I thought the idea was neat, but it got old way faster than it should have. The card pool, I think it was fairly limited. So after a handful of runs, my attempts were feeling repetitive. Tribal runs, for example, revolve entirely around the tribal leader, single card. The goal with the dwarves is to just abuse drink cards to keep them drunk and powered up. So your strategies with some archetypes will end up being very limited. I thought it had strong core ideas, but I felt the game needed more cards and more varied strategies for me to stay interested. It's fine as it is, but this is not an early access game. It's been out for a while, so I don't think it's going to get any better. I believe that this should be on the D tier. It was a little bit of a disappointment. Not really interested in playing that game again. You know, we tried. We tried a couple of times. It was okay, but not in there. Anyways, moving on to Day of the Shell. So you saw the whole grid-based aiming, percentage to hit. Kind of feels XCOM-y. Kill all the enemies and escape. So, you know, you see something like this in the trailer. I was interested. I played a couple of times. Oh wow, risking behind that cover, huh? Getting your relics to power up. I feel like this is an older trailer. Alright, so that trailer aside, what are we looking at here, really? This game, I wanted to like this, just right off the bat, I'm gonna tell you, I wanted to like this game a lot more than I actually did, because it showed an interesting idea. One click, one turn. That was the combat system in a roguelite. The way I saw it while I was playing, I think that blind luck trumped strategy at every step, because this was supposed to be like a snappy grid-based combat game, one click, one turn. but I felt like how well you did in your run depended heavily on the immediate first, maybe second relics that you get, so that it gets you a decent buff to keep up with the enemy that grows as you advance. The permanent upgrades that you can buy for the meta progression are just minor boosts, which take a while to make a tangible difference, which means a lot of gold, which means repetitiveness. You're going to be doing multiple runs, fighting off the same enemies. There isn't much variety in enemies either. You're going to fight in the same areas. I think that they claim that the areas are procedurally generated, but I'm pretty sure I fought in the same bridge like 3 times in a row. So I question if this game is even procedurally generates the maps. But the last drop for me was that the game one day just decided to delete my save file. Surely that's been fixed by now, but for me I just did not feel like going back to the game after that. This is another D tier, and the only reason I place it higher than the other D tiers is that I'm still biased to grid-based, turn-based type of gameplay. But it's still not one that I would recommend. Then we've got DRG Survivor. And the reason we have that here is because the game actually came out, like the 1.0. This was an early access game before. And I rated it as an early access game before. Why am I getting ads after every video? Alright. So, Vampire Survivors, but with Deep Rock Galactic Code of Paint. I've already talked about this game at length before.
We're exploring the universe of Deep Rock Galactic.
So you've still got your side quests, you still got your guns. The goal is to mine as much as you can so you can get EXP, kill a bunch of monsters, and level up, get your abilities upgraded, get yourself 4 guns with overclocks and just melt everything down. Now, what has really changed since that? Not much, actually. I rated this game before, but what has changed? Now you get gear drops. So you can equip on your guy armor, weapon modifications, improvements to Bosco, the little drone that follows you. So they have a bit of a loot system now. They've added a new game mode where you escort a drill dozer. I don't like those escort missions, to be honest, even though they're fairly fine. I've had no issue completing them. But, you know, good old-fashioned escort missions means that now you're not playing at your own pace, you're playing at the pace of the escortee. The game has grown a little bit, but not by much since I last reviewed it, so I think that my previous review still stands. I'll just keep this game at a B tier. We don't even need to watch any more than this. I don't think the trailer even shows the updated stuff, like the loot and the new mission type. So yeah, we can just move on from this. Okay. So DRG can stay as a B tier, and I will place it as the strongest B tier. It is still an amazing game. So next up, Detroit Become Human.
Alien bugs.
When did I lose frames?
More and more androids show signs of deviancy. There are millions in circulation. If they become unstable, the consequences will be disastrous.
My name is Kara. This is where it all began. The world's
I don't think there's going to be any gameplay here because this is a narrative style game.
Do the housework, the wash.
Your gameplay is just going to be some QTE sequences. This is ultimately a story.
Sent by CyberLife. The company has allocated a specialized model to assist investigators.
My name is Marcus, and just like you, I was a slave.
Thank you, Marcus.
Then I chose to open my eyes, to take back my freedom, and decide who I wanted to be. Now I have come to tell you that you can be your own masters. I've come to tell you that you don't have to obey them anymore.
Get away!
I know someone who can help you.
Pull the trigger. How do I know you're not a deviant?
They are not
is Kara.
My name is Connor.
My name is Marcus.
This
And my name is Spartacus. Alright. What to say about this game? I liked it. I really did. I have been meaning to play this game for years already, and I finally got around to it. Generally, I don't play narrative style games, but you know, this one had an interesting enough premise for me to give it a shot. So basically, you are in a futuristic looking Detroit, and people use androids to improve their lifestyle and do a lot of tasks for humans. And these androids soon start recognizing unfairness in how androids are treated, sometimes even other humans. And as expected of robots, they will try to exercise fairness, which means sometimes having to break protocol. And when they break protocol to exercise fairness, that is seen as deviancy. Now, this is a game where your choices actually matter, because the game has like 90 plus possible endings. To be fair, the rarest endings in this game are only rare because nobody would expect a player to be that bad at QTE sequences. Quantic Dream, the makers of this game, did a really fine job with all the different possibilities. I tried a couple of endings off stream after I streamed this. Your choices get to determine a lot of things, not just relationships between characters. You also get to decide the life and death of some characters, but you also get to decide if some stories even intertwine or not. So you've seen in the trailer Connor, Kara, and Marcus, they all get their separate, their separate story. And depending on how you play, you can get them to meet each other. Very high quality visuals, very good story presentation. The game feels essentially like an interactive movie, which it basically is. And because the game has so many possible endings, there is replay value. You might end up with some questions after seeing the game to the end. You might end up with some questions and try a different ending to see if you get the answers. Although I never got to know who or what RA9 even is. I'm guessing it's just their concept of a god. I do think some characters stand out more than others. Marcus and Connor's stories by themselves would make a movie, easily. I'm actually surprised Detroit Become Human never became a movie. Kara sometimes feels like she's just there for the sake of it. Like, you could have done Marcus and Connor's stories entirely without Kara, at least for the endings I chose. Overall, if you think of this less as a video game and more like an interactive movie where the gameplay is your own choices and the QTE sequences, quick time events, I think you'll find this very interesting. Or you can experience the game on YouTube. You can also do that. But for the story it tries to convey, I think that this game is an A tier, honestly. I will put it as an A minus, though. I will place it as an A minus because gameplay, not much. But the story is really, really good, and I would recommend that you watch it, whether it's on YouTube or you try out the game yourself. I think it's worth it. Very worth it. Okay, next up is Die in the Dungeon. Die in the Dungeon. Oh, another ad. Get used to those, I guess. So, roll the dice, and that's gonna determine how much attack, how much shield, how much healing you get to do. You're gonna be able to combo dice. You get some relics to improve the dice. You can upgrade the dice. Yep, you can get new dice, so new cards, basically. You've got your, you saw that. You've got the map, Slay the Spire style, where you choose a path, you stop by shops to upgrade, and you die to a boss inevitably. So, Die in the Dungeon. Well, Did not like it. Again, personal opinion. This was actually the year where I tried about 3 or 4 dice-based games, and I just learned I'm not a fan of them. You know, dice-based deck-building roguelites. So what does that mean? It's Slay the Spire, but you have dice instead of cards. You equip, you get your set of dice, like there are cards in Slay the Spire, and you roll to attack, to defend, to heal. You traverse the map in Slay the Spire fashion. You pass by places to upgrade your dice. You can give it extra effects. You can look for synergies between some relics that you can get. I'll just keep this one short. Because rolling a dice is what gets to determine how much shield your card can give you, your die can give you, or how much damage you're gonna deal, I think that luck is gonna affect your run a lot. And I was hoping that dice-based games still have more strategy than luck. I didn't feel that way, so I just didn't like it. At least I've learned, thanks to this game and a few others, that I do like my roguelites to reward strategy more than blind luck. To me, I think this is a D tier, but with that being said, it is the highest of the D tiers, definitely. What the hell just happened here? Okay, was a little bit slow of response. I think the others are worse, to be honest, the other games. Okay, next up is Digimon Storytime Stranger. Okay. Can't I move to another video without an ad?
The visuals of Shinjuku that I'm seeing are a hellscape I can't quite put into words. You've somehow been sent back in time 8 years.
So Bandai Namco saw Persona and decided to take as much as possible from there?
I'm counting on you, Agent. Our ultimate mission is to uncover the causality between these anomalies.
It's probably a phase electron life form. Is that what you call us Digimon? I'll always be right here with you.
Who exactly are you working for? I remember you guys.
Who or what is that?
You really don't know anything about the digital world?
We have been enemies for years now, but this is the first time the Titans have launched an attack on this scale.
We now believe most of the anomalies we've been dealing with stem from Digimon.
It seems the
God, I love that you can ride Bellsmon's bike. That is so cool.
If the gate is opened with the digital world in such a state, the human world will most certainly be affected.
Do the Titans not care about the end of the digital world?
You know what surprised me about this game? There are a lot of Digimon with tits.
The world tree has been attacked. It is just as the great one, Plutomon said.
It can't protect anyone. We must protect the world from them. For this purpose and this purpose alone were you born.
If that thing opens, then we'll be swarmed by Digimon. Attack!
Please, everyone, lend me your strength.
Everything's riding on
to
you.
move forward into the future.
We must fulfill our mission. Agent.
October 3rd, and October 3rd I did play it. Well, maybe not immediately, but it was shortly after. Anyways. Digimon Storytime Stranger. Okay. Let me tell you something about me and Digimon. If you're like me and you've played Digimon games when you were younger, you come from what I call the golden era of Digimon, okay? There was a time where Digimon was everywhere. And everywhere it was quality gameplay. You had your standard JRPGs. You had Digimon World 1, 2, and 3. You had, for your card gaming, you had Digimon Digital Card Battle. You had Digimon World Championship on the DS, which to me felt like you were a Lanista, and the Digimons were your gladiators. You had the poor man's Smash Bros. Melee, which was Digimon Rumble Arena. And I loved playing as Bellsmon in that game, it was awesome. My point is, there was a time where Digimon games were amazing. And personally, I've been starving for a good Digimon game for over a decade. And Digimon Survive did not help my mood. That added insult to injury. I've said my piece about that shitty-ass game. Now, where does that put me? To me, it was not difficult to make a good Digimon game for me. my bar was not set low. It was on the ground, threatening to bury itself. And in comes this game to save the day. You have literal hundreds of Digimon. I'm pretty sure all my favorites are in the game. The game respects your time, gives you a lot of quality of life features. I mean, I was used there are some games, some old Digimon games where if you wanted to do something like train your Digimon, Digivolve, you had to always leave the area you were in and go to like a hub world or your home base to do anything. Now, pretty much anything you want, with Digivolution, training, whatever, can be done with just a couple of clicks on a menu. Training your Digimon is much more straightforward and streamlined, with items to help you. On the other hand, as it usually happens with Digimon games, the story's pacing would rival a fucking snail's. It's too many cliches, too many anime tropes, scenes that felt like they were padding for time, boring dialogue. The side quests are just very basic fetch stuff, they're a bit bland. The combat is nothing innovative, it's a turn-based JRPG, as usual, but like I said, the bar was on the ground, okay? There was no height to achieve. I just needed a couple of drops of water to withstand this desert, and Bandai Namco gave me a glass of water. They did not give me a river, but the water in the glass was clean. So, I still think that this is a B+ game. Still below Deep Rock Survivor, to be honest. Yeah, still below the DRG Survivor. I'm still a big fan of DRG, way more. I think that Digimon Storytime Stranger is up there, is the right path, but we haven't reached the destination. We can do better. I'm not saying better in terms of Digimon, but we can do better in terms of story and characters and make something a little bit more compelling instead of just relying on anime cliches. Okay, let's move on from that to Donkey Kong Bananza. Oh hey, no ads.
This is the perfect place for us to do an awesome training montage, don't you think?
A game where destruction is the name of the game. Ooh, banana. 3D platformer collectathon. I like those games.
Getting faster. Let's do this! I am strong! You and me, we're the best!
Oh wow, like, it's a really short trailer. Okay. I mean, yeah, you don't really need much more than that to get the idea. So this game, Donkey Kong Bananza, ooh, banana, actually had a bit of a plot twist. For the first time in Nintendo history, it felt like the flagship title to sell a console, in this case the Switch 2, was not Mario Kart, but it was Donkey Kong. When I get to Mario Kart, I'll explain, but you just need to know I found this game way more fun than Mario Kart World. Donkey Kong Bananza was the second exclusive to be released on the console after Mario Kart, and to me, it could have been the first one. It's been what? Has it been over 10 years since the last new Donkey Kong game? When did Tropical Freeze come out? 2013, 2014? That was 2D though. Going back to 3D platforming collectathons works wonders for me. I like that. I've played a ton of Crash Bandicoot, for example, and other Mario games. The selling point of this game was that nearly everything in the different maps in your environment was destructible, which for a Nintendo console sounds next to impossible. I mean, we all saw how the Switch ran some games, but they did it. And it's not just cosmetic bullshit. You destroy everything in that game for combat, for exploration, for grinding cash. And I think that they delivered a good product. They being the same team that made Mario Odyssey. Yes, the guys that made Mario Odyssey made DK Bananza. On a more negative aspects, it is more of a 3D collectathon, but I wouldn't call it a platformer. Because in a platforming game, you're expected to face some semblance of a challenge. And when you can simply just destroy anything to get your way, most of the challenge just gets reduced to nothing. I also don't agree with reworking Pauline into this character that gets along with DK instead of being kidnapped by him, like in the original Mario vs. Donkey Kong. I think it's an unnecessary rewriting of the character. I mean, you could have just as easily left the character as a rock on DK's shoulder and nobody would have said anything. It's not a game without its flaws. And I do think it could serve as like my baby's first 3D platformer. But it does benefit from being the first DK game, Donkey Kong game, in over 10 years. And given this is what we got, I think it's a welcome entry in what is a very short roster of Switch 2 video games. I would rate this an A-. Around better than A Hat in Time as a 3D collectathon, definitely. I would put it here. Okay. Then let's jump over to Dragonsweeper. But for Dragonsweeper, I'm actually going to do something a little bit different. I am not going to do a trailer for this, because there isn't one. I'm actually going to play it. I actually wonder if you can do that here. Yeah, you can. Perfect. There we go. Dragonsweeper. You're not going to find this game on Steam. This is on itch.io, but it's just so good that I just had to mention it. How does the game work? It's essentially Minesweeper, and I have taken at least 4 to 5 minutes of my day every single day to play a quick run of this game. It basically takes Minesweeper and elevates it. I'm just redoing this, looking for something a little bit better. There we go, and elevates it. So it transforms Minesweeper into a game with RPG elements. You have monsters with different levels, level 1, level 2, level 4. You have a player with health. You have loot to grab. You have, somewhere around here, there's loot to grab. And you level up for power. So instead of counting mines, you're counting power level. Like so. You're counting power level. So, and the goal is to make use of as much of your health as you can before you can level up, so you can challenge harder and harder tiles. Yes, so there's going to be a point where you get 200s here. The whole goal here is to clear the entire board, including the mines. So if you want something like Minesweeper, but that gives you a slightly different type of puzzle, but also something that you can clear in like 5 minutes, this is the game for you. I've actually been keeping track of how fast I can finish a game like this, and I've been able to clear a board in 3 minutes and 39 seconds. So I'm actually just going to do a run real quick. There is a 1 here, there is nothing there, there's 2 around here, this place is empty. Clear that out, I've seen the bomb, grab that. This 5 might be close to this area, this tile is safe, there is a 4 here. Monsters do have behavior. Gargoyles always look at each other, so there's always a pair of them. This is 31, clear that. There's 6 up here, I can't do that. Now I can. There's a gargoyle here. These are 8s, level up. Grab yourself. Okay, there's the bomb. This is a 1, this is a 2. 16 here, so it's likely that it's the magician surrounded by slimes. Got that one. We've got 3, 3, 3. Give me 2, give me 1. There's a bomb over there. What is in here? Okay, the bomb is here. This one's a 9. 9s are always symmetrical. This one is the mimic, which costs 11. There is a 1 here. I'm gonna take this 5 now, just to freshen up. 7. I've seen the 9, I've seen the 8s. Okay, so give me... Okay, 6. Give me that. We've got 23, 27. Make it a 6. This was definitely one of the 5s, one of the aliens concealing information. Give me that 2. This is free. Give me some health. 7. Give me another one. Okay, this is safe. That's a 3. That's a 1. That's a 2. That's a bomb. That is free. There is a 3 bomb that is dangerous. Just give me the 6. 9. 9. 9. Okay, I will take this 9 and the level up. 5. Give me another 4. I will take that 6. There is a gargoyle here. 654. Okay, there's a 2 here. 104. Okay, so now I know where the 10 is. There's always a 10 by the corners. And I'm gonna get it. The 10 destroys the bombs. Boom, 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 boom. There is a 3 here. There are 2 4s in here. Pretty sure that one is the 5. 17. Okay, this one's clear. That's a 7. This is free. That's a 3. This is free. There's 4 around here. Okay, that's 2. 6. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, 7, 2, 3. That is free. That is a 3. That's a 7. That is free. Let's level up. We've got, okay, 3 over here. That is fine. This is fine. 6. I have room for a 6. I do, but let's get this 7 anyways. 10, 15. Okay, grab that. That is 12. These are free, and that one of these is something. Okay, we got the 5. Then I've made a mistake somewhere. 2, 1, level up. Okay, somewhere here I made a mistake because I didn't... Wait, I did get the... Yeah, I did get the little leprechaun thing. Okay, now we just clear the board. 11, 1, grab the 9, grab that bomb because it's safe. Grab the 3, 8 into 4, level up. 8 into... Not level up, really, you heal. Now I level up. 8 into 5, 8 into 5, 8 into 5, 7 into 6, 7 into a 6 and a 1, heal, 5 into 5 into 4, 2 4s, 2 3s, 5, 3, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 1, start clearing the boxes, kill the dragon, and clear everything else. 3 minutes 45, damn! I've done this in 3 minutes and 39 seconds. I was only 6 seconds behind my PB. Wow. Okay, so you get the idea. I am very used to playing this game. Alright. Back to our tier list. I play this game every single day. It just takes like 4 to 5 minutes for a quick run. To me, this is an S tier. I have been playing this every single fucking day. It's a very simple take on Minesweeper, but it made it interesting by giving, in a way, character to all the different monsters that you face. The slimes, the Romeo and Juliet, the gargoyles, the guardians. It makes things really, really interesting. Okay, now we're moving on to Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers. Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers. I don't fully remember this one. Getting another ad as usual. Alright. So think Balatro but blackjack for this one. Outbid the dealer. And actually this one is important. Notice how the different suits already come with an ability, but this can change immensely. I mean, you can already see that some of these cards are impossible. 1 card and you get a guaranteed blackjack. So you get heals, choose a card in your hand, take damage. So in a way there aren't any relics, it's like the relics are in your own cards. It's kind of like instead of having jokers in Balatro, the jokers would be in the deck, in that sense. Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers. Okay, what to say about this one? Yet another attempt at taking what Balatro did and trying to replicate it. Basically, Balatro, but with blackjack instead of poker, that's the game. You start with a typical deck of cards, but you can then transform them into custom cards that can deal more damage to your opponent, can heal you, can increase your draws, and lots of other effects. And there's like over 250 cards. You have variety for days here. Art-wise, you know my thoughts about pixel art. Not a fan, but I did like the vibe of the whole seedy tavern, where it feels like, you know, you're gonna have to win, but don't win too much or you're gonna get shivved in the joints. Now, I love Balatro. I have over 300 hours in that game. Balatro is also getting an update this year, a 2026 update, so I'm sure I'll be adding a lot more hours to that. This game to me was nowhere near that captivating. Balatro, like I've said before, has been proven to be a strategic game. People have beaten Balatro in every difficulty with every deck in a row without losing. It's not a matter of RNG or luck. There is strategy in Balatro. And to me, in Blackjack, Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers, RNG feels much more of a requirement. Which meant I did not find it as fun. I think you're getting the pattern that if it rewards luck over strategy, I'm not going to like it as much as I could. Even as you change up the deck and add something new, it really doesn't feel, I guess because there's so many options, it doesn't feel like you're building towards a strategy because you don't have relics aside the deck. Everything goes into the deck. So it doesn't feel like you're building a strategy. It's more like you're adding another tool to the tool belt. And that means that the odds that you have tools that have synergy with each other is going to get reduced. Another thing is that some of the card text can be slightly ambiguous. Like you're only going to understand what it does after you try it out. For example, there were a couple of cards that you leave the cards on the table, right? You and the dealer both put the cards on the table to play. And some cards show up saying that you have the card held in your hand. What does that mean? It means that it's essentially a trump card that you can play whenever you want. You don't have to request a hit to get a new card to play what's in your hand. That's not explained to you. I had no idea what having a card in your hand even meant, because cards were always on the table. Like, what does that mean? Then there's also the encounters, like your opponents, not the bosses necessarily. The encounters can get really snappy. You can like beat your opponent in 1 or 2 turns by getting a couple of blackjacks. But depending on what their skill is, it can take 50 turns to beat one guy. For example, if you're dealing damage, but you don't do piercing damage, and your opponent has a ton of shields, things are going to take a while to develop. I would rate this one a B-, and I still think it's above Aotenjo as a Balatro copy. So yeah, I think it's a solid B. But let's say a B tier. I wouldn't even say B-. It's a B tier. Alright, now let's jump on to Elden Ring, which I think was my first game of 2025. I'm not sure, but it was definitely one of the first ones.
Peggy 16.
The tarnished will soon return, guided by grace once lost. The Golden Order is broken.
The visuals in this game are beautiful. Massive open world. And for how massive it is, I'm actually surprised I didn't find any bugs or glitches. It plays really flawlessly.
Foul tarnished. In search
of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition, someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight, and they will die. In an unending curse.
I hate this boss. I hate that dog.
Well, a lowly tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee now.
What do we say to that? Never!
Brandish the Elden Ring. For all of us.
Bear witness! Okay. So, to give you guys an idea of how good this game is, people who didn't care about From Software games bought Elden Ring. Elden Ring is one of the most acclaimed gaming titles in like the last 10 years, and was my introduction to Souls games. I played Elden Ring before I played Sekiro or the Black Myth Wukong, even though Black Myth Wukong is not a From Software game. Now, I went with this one for two reasons. First, it seemed like the community agreed that Elden Ring was the easiest Souls game, most accessible to, people who wouldn't really know what to expect. And also because I really, really wanted to play Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. But I was a little bit apprehensive at just jumping into Sekiro, a Souls game with no experience, a From Software game. So I jumped into Elden Ring first. So I'll start by saying this. Elden Ring is a miracle. It's a marvel of gaming. Even if you just look at the sheer scale, like this game is huge. It does not end. It has so many areas, secret areas inside of other areas. And for how large the game is, it plays flawlessly. Like I said, no bugs, no glitches. You don't see this level of polish in smaller games. Now, from the perspective of a guy with no experience in Souls games, what did I expect to see? Difficult fights. I expected difficult bosses. Did I get them? Yes. Yes, I did. But I also got something else. I learned that most Souls games, if you include Sekiro 1, that's why I'm saying most Souls games have a leveling system and areas where you can grind for experience. And if something is in the game, I'm gonna use it. You can guess what happened. Elden Ring presents you with well over 150 bosses, 166, 165 bosses in the base game. There's also DLC. I didn't buy it. So the game provides you with a lot of chance to, explore the area, find a boss. You're having trouble with it, so go out there, explore, find loot, get bent over backwards because some random mob calls other mobs on you, come back later, kick something's ass, or just grind for an hour and kick something's ass anyways. The combat feels great. Lots of variety, too. You can have a sword, there's spears, there's a flail at the beginning of the game. There is magic if you want, there's hammers, there's claws, tons of armor, tons of talismans, trinkets to boost your stats. The hitboxes felt perfect. Like actually, the combat's hitboxes felt perfect. It made it feel like I was dodging some attacks by like a hair. Great enemy design. There's a lot of variety of enemies. You're gonna fight anything from just a standard warrior on horseback to a giant ant, literally. Story. I'm not gonna go over the story, because I'm not qualified for it. To understand the lore of Elden Ring, you need to read a ton of item descriptions, and I was not willing to do that. And I guess you can sum up really badly the story in the following words. It's, there's this land, beings have split into groups, and they're mad at each other. And you got in the middle of that. Really badly summed up, I suppose. Now, for how amazing the game is, there was only one aspect, one only, where it's not a masterpiece, and that's balancing. It might be intended, to be fair. Let's say, for example, that you fight some monsters in the wild that are really weak, and you get like, I'm saying a random number, 5,000 runes, right? And then you meet a guy that has a spear, has a shield, can fly, has an AoE attack, has a magic tail that he can swing at you, can grab you, and one-shot you if it grabs you, and then you beat the guy, and he gives you like 5,500 runes, only 500 more than the mob you found in the wild. But hey, runes, the runes that they drop it's a minor problem. The game is actually pretty generous with the grinding sections. There's this area next to Mog in the late game where you can just get Radahn's swords, press L2, and you get like 20,000 runes in 2 seconds or something. Which is also why Elden Ring is accessible, because there are areas set up for you to level up, to grind experience. Now, because it's in the game, I'm gonna use it. Yes, I did overlevel to hell and back. I beat Malenia in 3 tries. I used the Mimic Tear Ashes that cloned me. I had a sword that caused bleeding. So, yeah, I just cheesed the hell out of the late game. But Malenia, by the way, if you don't know, it's like the hardest optional boss of the base game. Honestly, with how massive the game is, balancing issues are a non-issue. The game is huge. You get your sense of adventure, exploration, danger, a lot of danger no matter where you go. You have freedom to try out all sorts of builds you want. There's multiple endings depending on how you play, so you also get replay value out of that. I think that this game is pretty much flawless. The balancing is practically a non-issue with how big this game is, and I'll definitely put this as an S tier. Below Expedition 33, though, for me, that is a whole level of a game that tickled me way more. But still, it is a masterpiece of its own. So, next up, Fez. Oh, let's check that one out. There's no trailer for Dragonsweeper. So think of something that can be 2D yet 3D at the same time in a platformer, but with a lot of puzzling, not really platforming. Yeah, you see that? You can rotate 2D areas, so it's really a 3D area. It's really relaxing, the music. I actually don't remember that explosion. Okay, it does not keep going. Okay. So, Fez. This one actually surprised me. I mean, I didn't expect to get as much enjoyment out of Fez as I did. It's a puzzle 2D platformer, but to just say that, it's not really fair. I think that this is a game that kind of tried to go both ways. It went very minimalistic on the design and on the platforming, but went full-on bananas on the puzzles. My god, some of these puzzles. I mean, you're gonna get a few like just logic puzzles, pattern recognition, breaking some codes, but man, some of these puzzles go way further than they should. It does not hold your hand. You're gonna be deciphering actual ciphers in the game. Like, the game developed its own fictional alphabet and fictional numbers, and you're gonna have to figure out the letters and numbers as you play. One of the puzzles of late game to this day is unsolved, and has only been solved by the community with brute force, and nobody knows why the answer to that puzzle, the specific sequence input, is the way it is. I think I read that some members of the community claimed that to understand that specific puzzle, you would need like years of cryptography education. It's stupidly difficult. But with that being said, I think that it's rare for me to see a game that makes me actually grab paint, aka the digital pen and paper, just to try and figure something out. Actually, I forgot. Oh crap! I forgot. The game will. The game also is split in like half the game. You finish, you see credits roll, but then there's more of the game. So you're required to find like a certain number of cubes. I think it's 25 cubes. So you solve like 25 puzzles. But once you solve them and credits roll, you're going to be given an item that will shift the whole game. And you will be able to see all 2D environments that you've been in from the perspective of the character. So everything is going to turn 3D. And puzzles that you didn't have an answer for, suddenly you will have more hints towards it, because you look at an area that's 2D, but maybe there's a wall you can't see because it's from your perspective in 2D. And then you switch onto the glasses 3D and suddenly there's a wall with a new hint for you. It's kind of hard to say that it's a puzzle 2D or 3D platformer, because it's technically both. I like the puzzles. I had a lot of fun. The music is really relaxing. So it was fun. This one is an A tier, I would say. And I would place this A tier even above Cloverpit, I would say. Yeah, I think it's there. I think it's pretty fine. Also, this is what you want to see. S, A, B dominating the field. I don't want to see a lot of C, Ds, and F, because that means it was a shit year, and I don't think it was. Okay, next up is Frostpunk 2. Ooh, speaking of shit. Ooh, boy. So if you remember Frostpunk 1, you have your buildings, you have your people, you can drill down to individual people. Frostpunk 2 changed a lot of the look of the game. So you don't really mess with the generator anymore. And what you see here is not the actual final product. You don't build individual houses here. You build like districts, in a sense, so things get a bit more abstract. Too abstract.
Steward, build us a better home. A home.
Yeah, you see that? Like a district pops up.
Steward, we still lack so many things. People are starving.
More people, more mouths to feed. They treat us like animals.
They really leaned hard into the politics thing, and I have my thoughts about it. And this steward guy gets fucked left and right.
Steward, did you hear that? The city was not.
That is not how the game actually looks. At all. Actually, can I even find a a picture of what the city does look like. Yeah, it's more like this. Oh, come on. It is a lot more like this. It's hard to see here, but it's individual districts, not really individual housing. And I'm not a fan of that at all. Anyways. Frostpunk 2. Whoa boy, this one. Okay. I think that Frostpunk 2 is a prime example of a sequel gone wrong. And let me explain why. Just for context, Frostpunk 1 is the type of city building game that valued each and every individual citizen. You could drill down to each individual person in your town. They had a name, you gave them a role. Your decisions shaped the death of individuals. Somebody with a name died that you put in the cemetery or the body pit. When you change something in the city, you see the consequences. You know, you heat up houses, the snow on the rooftops melts. You start up the wood drill, you see it working. You build automatons, they go around the city. Frostpunk 2 chose to strip all individuality and replaced it with layers of mechanics, of politics, of districts, and instead of individual people, you have numbers of workforce. They also introduced some mechanic, a mechanic I didn't like called frost breaking. So now you spend workforce to create a place to build a building. So that I felt that was an issue I felt immediately. So growth required growth. You want some goods, you need to build a district. But now the district needs materials to build the goods, which means you need more heat and you need more workforce. So now you need more housing. And now you need more goods. See the loop? Goods to districts, districts to materials, materials to workforce, to housing, to goods. It very quickly became exhausting. And it removed a lot of interaction. You don't interact with the generator. You replaced individual buildings with districts. You don't see the individuality of the places you build. You don't see the city move or come to life. You don't see things moving that much compared to Frostpunk 1. I think Frostpunk 2 removed Frostpunk of the game. It felt like a rushed out attempt to make money. The original game made me care about setting a goal where each level I want to beat it with as many survivors as possible, because I see them walk through the snow picking up wood, steel, steam cores for me. This game I did not care because it abstracted the people. It's a ghost of what Frostpunk really is, and I disliked this game completely. I have no positives about this game. This is the first F tier. I wouldn't even put this in D tier. I would replay All Will Fall before I would touch Frostpunk 2 again. Alright, let's jump onto Ghost of Yotei. We've got a lot of games to go for. This is... oh yeah, it's Ghost of Yotei. Good.
Every last member of the Yotei.
I feel like I'm also gonna go against the grain here, because I think a lot of people did not like the game. I actually liked it. More than like, I 100%ed it on stream.
Creatures such as you and I cannot resist the call of revenge.
Play this with Japanese audio. The dubbed sucks.
I found something new to live for.
Oh wow, that's it. Not a lot of gameplay there. Though to be fair, it's kind of like Ghost of Tsushima if you've played that one. Not kinda, it's very much like that one. So, Ghost of Yotei. When they first announced Ghost of Yotei, I just wanted one thing. More Ghost of Tsushima combat. That's it. That's all I wanted. I got that. I'm happy. It's the same assassin style / samurai style gameplay set in a remote area in Japan. You have the same massive areas to explore, a bunch of trinkets to collect, and charms, puzzles to solve, a lot of people to slaughter, to separate head from neck. Now, I agree that the story is not much to write home about, because, I mean, you know, if you've ever seen a revenge story, chat, have you ever seen a revenge story? You know, main character has been wronged, so goes about their way getting payback from the people that owe them. It's that. Really, there's not much I can spoil about the story. The only spoiler would involve Kitsune, but I'm not gonna say anything about that. I didn't like Atsu from a story perspective. Not the combat, not the gameplay, but from a story perspective, I don't like Atsu. I don't think she's a likable protagonist, not for me at least. She feels like a child baring teeth at her opponents, hoping they feel scared. I mean, you're already holding a blade. You don't need to bare your teeth like an autistic child for intimidation purposes. It made Atsu look half retarded. I think the gameplay got a little bit better than Ghost of Tsushima. In Ghost of Tsushima you learn combat styles. In Yotei you use different weapons. And the game introduces kind of a weapon triangle, or pentagon, which forces you to look at what your enemy is using so that you can counter it. So, you know, he has a spear, I'm gonna need double blades, I think that's the counter. He's using a shield, so I have to use the kusarigama. There is a sense of adaptability to meet your enemy. You have the same fox dens to find charms, you have the same hot springs to increase your health, there are legendary armor quests, they are still there. Sucker Punch Productions, so it's still the same studio making this. You know that the visuals are, you know, just as beautiful, just as vibrant. They have a lot of color, a lot of plains with a lot of flowers, a lot of colorful flowers. I don't really remember what it was like in Tsushima, but I'm pretty sure this game has more color. Now, where this game, I think that what people complain about in this game is, well, it's basically the story, right? I don't think the story is that much to write home about. To me, I got what I asked for. I just wanted more Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima works, just give me that kind of gameplay. So, I agree that Ghost of Yotei is not a unique game, because it's not unique. Tsushima has already done 99% of what Yotei did. I don't know, I guess I just wanted a Tsushima DLC and in a way I got it. But as a standalone DLC, if you want to call it that, to me this is still A tier, because it's basically Assassin's Creed in Japan Part 2, and where Ghost of Tsushima was Part 1. So I would put this around here. Above Cloverpit, below Cloverpit, but above DK Bananza. I think it's an A tier of a game. Most people I think would rate it lower, but to me it works exactly for what I wanted. Okay, let's move to our next one, which is come on, Hades.
In the name of Hades.
Finally fully released. I did not touch the early access. I waited for this to be fully finished.
Back again.
You battle down to hell or up to Olympus, by the way. Up to the heavens, yeah. So you have 2 maps instead of 1. You got more gods. Now you have Apollo, for example. You have Hephaestus. You have Hera, which is really good. You have a spear, swords, staves, a skull, and I think a gun. I think those are the 5 ones.
Heed now my will.
Now that is your cast.
Are you prepared for another hard lesson?
Nothing clears the mind like a refreshing soak. Care to accompany me?
Good letting off some steam.
Yeah, you've got the same relationship meters as you did in Hades 1. Craft, gather stuff, planting, fishing, you got the minigames.
See you in the crossroads.
I'm glad I kept using the frog so I didn't have to do that QTE minigame.
I vow to shine for you.
Oh yeah, you now have the introduction of Selene, which gives you like, your call got replaced with Selene, with the moon powers, basically. I feel like Selene tends to be underrated, like you start playing it, you don't really care about Selene, but then you see how strong some of the powers are, and you're like, oh yeah.
Family has your back, surprised as they are about this.
Singing a duet is meaningless and does absolutely fucking nothing.
Which way?
Yeah, now instead of heat, I think it's fear. That's what's called. And you have trials.
I would like to see you try.
Death to Chronos.
I'm not going to talk about who the final bosses are for this one. There's no... It's not relevant. Anyways, Hades 2. Okay. I'll start off by saying I liked Hades 1 more than I liked this game. Hades 1 made me spend over 100 hours playing it. I think Hades 2 got about 50 out of me. I found the story to be weaker, because in Hades 1, when you play as Zagreus, you're trying to resolve family troubles, and you actually get a satisfying payoff at the end. Hades 2 is more about the story of a neglected grandfather, and you're listening to the story at the hands of his granddaughter. It almost felt like a bare bones revenge plot with a really bad payoff. I know that there was a patch later fixing the story, but by that point I had already finished it. I did not care for Melinoe nowhere near as much as I did with Zagreus, because Zagreus felt like his own self trapped in the middle of a situation that he had to solve. Melinoe feels more like an outsider trying to fix someone else's problems. Or at least felt. I know the story got revamped. Gameplay-wise, you have more areas, you have new weapons, new trinkets, you have a new animal system, which barely makes a difference in your build other than one or two weapons, really. I didn't like the weapons. I don't think the weapons are as powerful as in the first game. One exception is the skull. In the first game, I liked the bow. You know, shoot with X and then use the special with Y. I really liked doing that. Dash, normal shot, special shot. Dash, normal shot. It felt very snappy, very responsive, very fast. And I couldn't find a weapon that I truly loved in Hades 2. I ended up using the staves, mostly because they just required less input on my hand. I could just hold the button and I could continuously fire projectiles. And also because the melee weapons, like the swords, don't feel as strong in this game compared to projectile weapons like the skull or the staves. The skull is actually busted. You can just do very quickly XY. X dashes towards the enemy and hurts him, and Y collects the skull. So you can just press XY in quick succession, and you're doing dashes killing everything. If you manage to get Athena's dash with that, you are basically invincible. Now, one thing, the god boons, I think they're better than the original. I feel like Zeus is even more busted. I really like Hera's main skill that allows you to recycle mana, so you virtually have infinite mana with Hera. Apollo introduces a concept of blindness to the enemies, and the duo boons, man, Aphrodite has most boons relying on enemies being close to you, and there is a duo boon where all enemies count as close to you. That is busted. Most duo boons are completely busted. Hestia with the fire also, there's a lot of good stuff. So it's not without its flaws, but gameplay matters more than the story. Although the story is a really bad payoff. I think this is right now a B+ for me. And again, I play this with the original story, not the one that got patched. Maybe if you try it out, it's going to be an A or even an S tier. When I played it, I feel like this is where it fits. Better than DRG. It's definitely the strongest B tier here. Okay, let's move to... Oh lordy, coming. So dungeon crawling with automatic battling would be the way to describe this.
Portents foretell of impending doom.
What the hell are these subtitles? It's Chinese.
Grow bold, stirred into frenzy by powers of old.
$30 bosses is not much for a dungeon crawling game. And that is too much equipment when you're trying to make a build. A roguelike dungeon crawling auto battler. Yeah, I think that describes it well. I actually didn't try out the asynchronous multiplayer thing. I just stuck to single player. Okay. Another early access game, huh? Alright. He is coming. I'm not gonna waste too much time on this one. I tried this one out because I had a crave for a dungeon crawler. You know, I remember Mystery Dungeon and all that. I'd say this is way more of a roguelite auto-battler than it is a dungeon crawler, and it's not a very good one. Again, it is another early access game, so it has room for improvement. There is no meta progression in this game. It is very, very RNG reliant. The loot drops are very important for the runs, it's your equipment, and because they're random from a huge pool, they can pretty much cripple the build you're planning to do. And there is a lot of trash in that pile. And also not much content. 30 bosses isn't much. The game lasts about 3 hours. Give or take, depending on your luck, you finish this in 3 hours. I'm not going to waste too much time on this. I think it's a D tier, and I would place it here. He is coming. Alright. Do I have a trailer for regular Hollow Knight? Oh crap, I do. Huh. Yeah, I actually played this game twice this year. One by myself and another one I streamed it. I already ranked this game in 2023. No changes to the rank I gave it. It's still A tier. I literally just played this again in preparation to Hollow Knight Silksong. Which, by the way, I predicted in my tier list of 2024, Silksong did come out in 2025. Yeah, let's not waste too much time with this trailer anyways. It's a game I've already rated. This is definitely an A tier. The main question is, how does it fare with current A tiers? I'm gonna place it there. Yep. Third best one. Let's talk about the real deal. And let's go for Silksong. Ah, Silksong. 7 years in the making. And it's beautiful. Amazing Metroidvania. Beautiful art. Compelling story. The difficulty did get me a little pissed here and there, but I'll talk about that later. More mobility compared to Hollow Knight. Huge map. And it's gonna increase. The map size is gonna increase. Run like hell. Oh, I actually failed to... Wait a minute, let's go back there. I actually failed to do this battle with a companion. There are a couple of fights that you can do with help. And I didn't get this. Actually, I don't think I got help ever. Maybe once, I don't remember. You're gonna spend your Act 2 in that area, in the chapel. A lot of flying enemies. A lot, because you have the mobility to handle them. Oh god, this guy. That frog. Grohl the Great, screw that guy. Slap. Oh, that's it. Okay. September 4th. And what a September 4th it was for Steam. Steam was basically crashing with everybody trying to buy Silksong that day. It was nice. It felt like we had gone back to the days of old when people lined up in front of a store to get a game. It was a fun time. Anyways, looking back now, the game was definitely made to feel faster than the original Hollow Knight, because the Hornet, you control Hornet, she is much faster and agile, and combat is much more varied. So you've got your pogo, but your pogo is now diagonal. You can make it vertical. There are crests that change how you fight. You have tools and traps to help you. You've got your double jump, long range hook. And I will add, though, that a part of the community feels the game is harder than the original. I don't think it is. I think the game feels hard because of some design choices. I mean, compared to the original Hollow Knight, I'm fairly certain I died way less to the bosses in this game compared to, like, Pure Vessel or Absolute or Radiance in the original Hollow Knight. Now, I did die a lot to the gauntlets. Jesus fucking Christ, strangle a cat, the gauntlets. The gauntlets in this game are fucking cruel. Like, there are a few at least, bosses and mini-bosses in this game that are behind gauntlets of enemies that you have to face. Every time you die, you have to face them before the boss. They're not easy. And because Hornet is much more mobile in the air, hell, you can heal midair, the game is filled with flying enemies that get these erratic movement patterns that just make your life really difficult. It is hard to reach a boss after a gauntlet with full HP, like in a decent state to fight. Now, this is a game that really set the bar really high on a lot of aspects. Good story, great music, great gameplay. $20, by the way. $20. Clair Obscur Expedition 33, $50. I really like that the AAA studios are getting their ass shit on by these studios making quality work with fewer people. I really do. Now, as good as the game is, there are 3 negative points I have about Silksong. Number 1, the economy, and keep in mind, this is base game Silksong, no patches and no DLC yet. So all of this can change. Number 1, the economy in this game is ass. I explored 100% of the game. I guarantee you the map does not have enough rosaries, your currency, so that you can buy all the charms and tools that exist in the world of Silksong. I had to grind thousands of rosaries. Many places where you can farm rosaries, not really farm, but you can collect rosaries, give you like 10. You need thousands. That's point 1. Point 2, the health. In Hollow Knight, if I'm not mistaken, you start with 3 health masks. You can take 3 hits. In here, you start with 5 masks of health. But most things in the game, including random mobs, will deal 2 masks worth of damage to you. So, since you have 5 masks but you take double damage, you're still only taking 3 hits. But that adds a problem. When you finally collect 4 mask shards and now you have 6 masks of health, you still can only take 3 hits. You effectively got no upgrade. So that is an artificial difficulty. The constant double damage and your odd number of masks that make it so you effectively don't get an upgrade in between the early to mid game. Number 3, the runbacks. Very few bosses in the game are actually mandatory, and I only had this issue with optional bosses, but the runbacks to the Last Judge and Groll the Great every time you lose are fucking cruel, borderline torture. It easily takes you more than a full minute every time you die to fight a boss, because picture this. You fight a boss that attacks you with very fast moves after you probably went over a gauntlet of enemies or really tough terrain. You fight, you get your ass kicked. You endure a small animation of you dying, get back to the bench, takes you a full minute, maybe more, depending on the run back, to get back to the boss so you can get beat up again. Would it really cost you to put a bench next to the boss? I think it makes no sense. Team Cherry did an amazing job with everything else in the game, but when it came to the runbacks, somebody did not show up to work. Personally, I handled those issues in a very simple manner. I endured the artificial difficulty in Act 1 and Act 2. When I got to Act 3 of the story, I downloaded mods. I downloaded a mod to just give me the money, so I didn't have to do grinding for hours on end. And I downloaded a mod that would leave me next to the boss every time I died. That's it. I endured the runbacks, I endured the money grinding in Act 1 and Act 2. I figured by Act 3, I got the idea, just make it easier for me. That's it. I changed nothing about AI movesets, nothing about my own health, my own power, just reduce the grinding, reduce the runbacks. Those 2 simple things made the experience much less daunting. Now, I still think Silksong is worthy of an A rank. It's not a masterpiece as it is today. With extra content coming up, it has the potential to fix some of these issues. It might be an S tier one day. Let's not forget what Hollow Knight, the original Hollow Knight, was like on release and how it is today. It's heaven and earth. Completely different. So I'm sure that the pain points that me and most people went through in 2025 will be just a memory in 2026. So, as an A tier, where would I place this? I'm gonna be honest, I would sooner replay Hollow Knight than Hollow Knight Silksong, because of the grinding. I still think it's right next to Hollow Knight. It's a very similar experience. I disagree that it's harder. I think it's more painful. That's it. But I would put them neck and neck. For each one has their own strengths and their own weaknesses, so I think it's only fair. Anyways, to the next game, which is Hungry Horrors. I think that one I played as a demo because the game comes out soon. In like a week. Hungry Hippos. Hungry Horrors. Deck building roguelite. Get used to these words. I played a few of these in 2025. So yeah, the goal, instead of killing a monster, is feeding them. And you cook the deck before you go in. For me, it was like, I saw this trailer, so I figured, I'll try it out, see if it's unique enough. Yep, there's your meta progression. You've got your different tastes, so you better pray that you get the right bosses. You go through Slay the Spire type of map in a way, where you select between one of two branching paths. You've got your energy, you've got your gold, so you can see the parallels. Yeah, pull my finger. Alright. This is also not one I'm gonna spend too much time on. I tried this demo because I was curious about the concept where the goal is not to kill enemies, but you feed them so they don't hurt you. I think this was another one of those cases where the idea is there, but the execution is not. So it's like you saw in the trailer, you prepare food dishes based on ingredient cards in that kitchen, in your hub world, and you take those dishes with you on a run, and your archetypes will be the type of food taste: salty, sweet, savory, so on. That's it. I didn't find anything here that made the game stand out from any other deck building roguelite. I feel like the feeding mechanic is a bit of a missed opportunity. Like, why can't you feed enemies to get them to fight for you? Or feed enemies so you can capture them and use them as ingredients for stronger dishes, for example. As it is, I mean, you're feeding them, but it's no different from damage. In a way, you're dealing damage, which is filling their stomach. I don't think it's worth it. I think it fails because not only does it fail to stand out, but it's literally just another deck building roguelite where you do defeat enemies, and the game turns out to just be one of the weakest among the bunch. I would put this here. Hungry Horrors, D tier. I like the idea. I just hope the execution was slightly different. Alright. Let's move on to Hunter x Hunter. Can't believe we're only on the H. 2.5 hours, we're only on the H. Okay, let's make one thing clear, and those that saw me play the demo of this game know, I am an absolute sucker for Hunter x Hunter. I read the manga twice, I watched the 1999 anime twice, and I've seen the 2011 anime 3 times. Normally, I would be front of the line to purchase a game like this. Unfortunately, it's really bare bones of a game. If you've seen me playing this demo, you will know that I spent over an hour adding on top of the story that the game bothered to tell. The game tells a very bare bones story, and I was adding the stuff and explaining more details. The game misses a lot of details about the story, about the characters. The roster is very small for a story that has such a huge number of characters. And when I played it, I actually found out very, very early a cheese with Leorio, where I could trap my opponents in an infinite loop with one of his emitter punch techniques. I haven't played the main game, and I don't intend to, but I'm pretty sure that emitters are busted in this game because of the concept of emitters, that you have long range moves. This is a D tier, and it's a failure of a D tier for me. The only reason I don't put it as F is because, yes, I am biased towards Hunter x Hunter, but as a 2D fighter, I don't think it offers anything unique, and is really poor if you want to learn more about Hunter x Hunter. Alright, moving on to Hyrule Warriors. Age of Imprisonment. This is another Switch 2 game, Switch 2 exclusive, for good reasons. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity ran like a slideshow in Switch 1.
Given an opening, he will bear his fangs. Until Hyrule itself is no more.
Be that as it may, we face it together.
Still can't believe you can't play as Sonya.
But you sought it from Hyrule of all places. This is madness.
Best character in the game, R.E.P.O.
There is danger here. Enormously so.
Okay. Hyrule Warriors: Age of Imprisonment. So this game is basically telling you the story of Tears of the Kingdom, but from the point of view of Zelda. It's the game is pretty much just an improved version of the first one, Age of Calamity. First of all, it no longer runs like a slideshow, which is a good thing. That's thanks to it being a Switch 2 exclusive. But it also introduces a really cool character, to me the coolest Korok ever, named Calamo. Awesome. Other than that, it's just your typical Warriors game. You know, you as a single character can beat over 1,000 enemies effortlessly. The game has an issue that bumps it down in score a bit for me. I think it's ridiculously easy. I played this in normal difficulty, but I would strongly advise to have no fear and play this on the hard difficulty from the get-go. I never lost all health on any character, even on the absolutely hardest mission of the game. There's a mission where you have 15 minutes to fight all 4 Archfiends. Even there, I didn't have an issue. The story is just okay-ish. I think Nintendo backed themselves into a corner with the roster, because you don't have a lot of good characters. You have the Mysterious Construct, Calamo, Zelda, and the 4 Sages. Other than that, they are the few interesting characters, but no other character is really that interesting. You get 2 random Rito, 2 Goron, 2 Gerudo, and 2 Zora, and 2 Hylian warriors. I'd be hard-pressed to know their names today. I don't play many Warriors games, unless they're from franchises I really care about. One Piece, Zelda, Fire Emblem. But when I do play one from a franchise I care about, I don't really have much to complain about. I mean, I did 100% this game, including the 2 free updates that came after the game's release. But I would not put this as an A tier of a game. I think it's a B tier. And I think that I would place this above Digimon, below DRG. I think that's where it fits. Alright. Moving on to letter I. Oh crap. I'm not interested in ClickUp. This is an alpha gameplay trailer. I could not find a better gameplay trailer. I shit you not. It's from the same guys that made Oxygen Not Included and Don't Starve Together. So this is a stealth roguelite. So environments are procedurally generated every time you do a run. Yeah, you hack the cameras to get visibility. Take down people when they're unaware of you behind them. Gain access to their coffers. Whew. That was a close one. Even though it's an alpha gameplay, it's pretty much this, not gonna lie. And that's it. Invisible ink. So, stealth roguelite game. This one was I think this one was pretty fun as it was. I did expect some bullshit difficulty aspects coming my way because the guys at Clair Entertainment can be a little bit ruthless. Oxygen Not Included is not entirely easy. and you have to, you know, learn a few things. So I expected some sense of difficulty coming my way. I remember I did like a lot of the like surface level things about this game. I liked the story presented, the cyberpunky feel of the art style, the gameplay, turn-based, in a grid, is very much my thing. But I think that the more I played it, the more I realized that if you don't focus on exploring the full extent of the first 2 to 3 levels to amass as much money as you can, the game is gonna go from accessible to get fucked bitch really fucking fast. I honestly can't remember which difficulty I chose. Pretty sure it wasn't hard. But it still took some effort to finish the main game's final level with somebody alive. I didn't even go for the DLC levels. Now, as a fan of XCOM, anytime there's a grid turn-based game, I will at least check it out. This one clicked for me for a while, just not for as long as I wish it had. I guess it had a bit to do with not being able to freely shoot guards on sight. I had to neutralize them. Hey, lessons learned. I guess I like my stealth games and my turn-based games separately. But for what it is, the game was pretty fun while I played it. It just didn't hook me to play dozens of hours on it. I think it's a solid B tier. Question is, where would I put this as a B tier? Still think I'd place it above Digimon's Time Stranger. Yeah, I think it's right there. Solid B tier. I'm getting a lot of D tiers. Damn. Alright. Next up is Kirby Air Riders. Epic orchestral rock music. There's really not going to be much I can say about this game that Sakurai hasn't already said in the 2 directs that he made about this game. For me, it's like, this was my first Kirby game ever. I've never played a Kirby game before. Do you know what got me intrigued? It was a single sentence from Sakurai. When you hit the enemy, they don't slow down, you speed up. That's what got me interested. It made it feel different. Now, when it comes to speeding up, boy do you speed up. Like this game, Kirby Air Riders, is like high octane, high speed type of game. You need your reflexes sharp to pull off some of the curves. Honestly. Honestly, to pull off some of the curves. I remember an instance where I used my special, slashed 5 enemies, and the next time I blinked, I fell off the stage. Now, this is a Sakurai game, so much like Smash Bros, the game does have a lot of content. Way more than you would expect from a racing game. You got your standard races, you know, like Air Ride, but you also have Top Ride, which are the races from the original version of Air Riders. I found these simple, but a lot of fun. Now, I haven't played a lot of City Trial yet. I've been practicing some of the Air Ride races, because there's some achievements I haven't figured out yet. Yes, the game has a lot of achievements in Smash Bros. Ultimate style. I know there's some secret shortcuts in some tracks I haven't seen yet, but I'm having a lot of fun off stream with this game since it released. Right, the game also has a roguelite mode. It's the story mode, but they kind of handle it like a roguelite with a map, where you pick a stage, pick one of 3 power-ups and keep moving forward, facing bosses at the end of each stage. I still have to finish that one too. Honestly, I think this game is also another contender for contending against Mario Kart World. This game, Mario Kart World, should have played like Kirby Air Riders. Honestly, the tracks are fun, the roster of characters and vehicles is wild, and the vehicles, they play so differently from each other. Unlike Mario Kart, where it's just stat differences. This one is a guaranteed A tier. And that's coming from a guy who's never touched a Kirby game before. And I will place this right there. It's a high A tier, I would say. Next up we have Nights in Tight Spaces. Oh, God. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Deck building roguelite. Lots of these. I played this game because I was originally curious about fights in tight spaces, but since this was the more recent one, I figured it would have more polish, more quality of life features, more anything, really. You know, deck building roguelite with the grid turn-based combat system. I honestly thought I was playing a beta version of this game because the animations are cheap. There's barely no feedback when you hit somebody. Like the sound is poor. And for a roguelite, each run here is actually pretty fucking long. I'm pretty sure it took me multiple hours to get far enough to die in the first run. I don't remember much about this game. It's not that memorable. I know that while I was playing this, I kept thinking of Into the Breach. And I kept thinking of Into the Breach because it's Into the Breach is a masterclass in like communication. In that game, you know exactly who's gonna attack you in what order, what the consequences of that attack are. And there were some occasions in Nights in Tight Spaces where you don't really know until you personally check each individual enemy, which is a bit tedious. And I was not a fan of the art style either. This one's a D tier. I would place it as a high D tier, but a D tier nonetheless. No, honestly, let's put it as a C tier. Yeah, you know what? I'll place it as a low C tier. Let's do that instead. I think it's more fair than place it in the same likes as Die in the Dungeon and Day of the Shell. Yeah. Right, next up we're jumping onto the letter L. With Loop Hero. Now this is a fantastic roguelite. Yes, it has pixel art. Yes, it's minimalistic. Yes, it's another deck builder. But this one actually stands out. So you can see from what happens in the trailer, you don't you're placing the terrain. That's your cards. Your cards are the terrain. Oh wow, that's you can speed up the fights, and honestly, after a run or two, you are gonna speed them up because this is viciously slow. You don't control the hero because the hero is just going to go in a randomly generated loop. He's just going to walk around in this loop, and you automatically fight any enemy in your path. So nothing. There's not really much combat either. So what do you actually do in Loop Hero? You place terrain. Your cards are going to place terrain, which generate enemies for your hero to level up, so you can find loot and gear, and you can improve your armor, improve your weapon. And you can make some crazy combinations with the terrain too, like you can add a village to heal you, but you can also add a vampire to a village, and it'll turn into a vampire mansion, for example. And the gameplay loop does not end there, because after the run, you have a town that you can level up. You can add buildings. You can get new characters, power-ups, get resources to build. So there's meta progression. The music is also pretty memorable too. It almost feels like a retro tune that you would hear at a kind of horror arcade game, I guess. I think it's the kind of game that is very easy to start, but there's going to be layers of strategy that slowly unfold over time, making you improve your gameplay as you play. I thought it was unique, fresh, and I only wish it had more updates or a sequel planned. This is definitely an A tier, and I would put it with the likes of Ball Pit, I think. I think this is a very high A tier. Also recommended by a friend, actually. Okay, let's jump to Lost Four Swords. Oh yeah, I don't wanna... I remember. Yeah, I played this one because at the time I wanted to play some sort of roguelite dungeon crawler. That's also why I played He Is Coming, and why I played Lost Swords. This felt like a decent pick at the time. I thought it was interesting in like the first hour or so, but the fact that everything in your map is these practically static cards doesn't really help the experience. Also, the difficulty jumps from the second tower onwards. It might be different today. I think I played this just as a demo or an early access or whatever it was. It's been a long time, many months since I tried this game out. This came out in April 2025. Yeah, it's been almost a year. I think for me it's just one of those games that you try out to see if it sticks, and this one really didn't. It's a very little dungeon crawler, very much roguelite deck builder, and it did not stand out for me. To me, this is a D tier. I would place it as the highest of D tiers, but not even C for me. Okay, you over there. Okay, let's move on to Mario and Luigi. Brothership. Oh, 45 seconds, cool. At least the trailer is short, unlike the game. Alright, let's not waste much on that trailer. We got to the Mario games. Buckle up, honestly, because this is about to become a rant. Fast forward to the next chapter if you don't want me to burst a childhood bubble. This is a game I started in 2024 and then I couldn't continue it, but finally happened. I finished this game. I have played most Mario and Luigi games. I love Superstar Saga, loved Bowser's Inside Story, I loved Partners in Time, and when Alpha Dream, the studio that worked on the Mario and Luigi series, went bankrupt, I had lost all hopes of seeing another Mario and Luigi game. I think it was like 9 years later since the last one that they announced Mario and Luigi Brothership. And, you know, they announced this game. I'm at the height of happiness. Like, it's like a portion of my childhood came to life in the modern ages. And then I played it. Jesus fucking Christ, strangle a cat. This game could be Guantanamo Bay torture. I am not kidding. I honestly believe I am one of maybe 10 people who finished this game on a live stream. Let's start with the pacing. Honestly, most Mario and Luigi games have about 15 to 20 hours worth of content, depending on how much of a completionist you are. This game extended that to around, what, 50, 60 hours, maybe more? Now, you might think, hey, 50 to 60 hours of quality, right? Right? Well, no, because Nintendo seems to have a boner for cutscenes. Like, picture this scene, right? You see a keyhole. Let's get a cutscene to pan to the keyhole. Then the game's gonna pan to the key. You grab the key. You're close enough to put the key in the keyhole. Let's get another cutscene where you insert the key in the keyhole. You didn't even get to open the door yourself. The game did it for you. And when it comes to cutscenes and tedious sections, you know how Game Freak likes to make lengthy tutorial sections, like a new Pokemon game takes about an hour before you're free to move how you want. And it was that way in Scarlet and Violet, it was that way in Legends Ah. Brothership does that too, but the tutorial takes 4 to 5 hours. Boy, the fun. Now, how about the dialogue of the game, the story? Think of a video game where each speech balloon has about 3 words in it, and 1 in every 10 speech balloons might actually say something that moves the story forward, when most of the speech balloons are just characters making random noises, praising each other, or rehashing stuff that happened literally 2 minutes ago, you know, repeating themselves, recollecting events that you just saw, you know, because Nintendo wants to make sure you're not completely falling asleep yet. Well, that's that in the story. How about combat? One of the things that was standard in Mario and Luigi games is that the A button controls Mario, the B button controls Luigi. Not anymore. Luigi got shafted, he uses the A button too. But don't worry, you still use the B button in the bros attacks. Those attacks, instead of being like a 10-second minigame, now they're like a 10-second cutscene, a 10 to 20-second minigame, and then another short cutscene to show the final blow being dealt. What fun when you have to use literal dozens of these bros moves to kill a boss. I actually gave up halfway through the game on fighting random mobs scattered around the islands, and I just focused on blitzing through the story as fast as I could. Now, that means I saved many hours of tedious, boring combat. But the game made sure those hours were reclaimed because the final boss, who has 3 phases by the way, took me well over an hour to beat. And I had to face him twice because I lost one of the attempts. The game has more pain points related to the gameplay. Every time I needed to leave the ship to go to an island, you have to cross the entire ship to get to the cannon, select an island, go through a cutscene of getting shot to the island, cue the loading screen. You will go through this at least 30 times, easily more. I wish I was joking. 9 years between Mario and Luigi games, to be fair, because the studio went bankrupt. And now I just wish the entire franchise dies. I don't want to see another Mario and Luigi game ever again. This was torture to play. It was even worse to finish. 2025, I think, was the year where Nintendo marketed themselves as conniving cunts who understand nothing about what makes a Mario game fun. I'll get to Mario Kart World in a second. Mario and Luigi Brothership was quite possibly the greatest disappointment I've ever had for a franchise that I held dear since my childhood. Bad story, boring characters, boring dialogue, it's overly hand-holdy, the combat is a pain to go through. When it comes to Super Mario games, this game just made me say, Nintendo, go fuck yourselves. This should have a tier lower than F. This is a Mario and Luigi Brothership tier below F. I can tell you right away, no game is gonna get lower than this. None. Not even Mario Kart World. Let's get to that one. That is not actual gameplay footage. So you can already see the size of the kart versus the size of the road. That is the whole game. All roads are going to be that wide. And because of that, not a lot of turns in most maps are going to demand you to even drift. You can just slightly turn. Okay, I really don't see a lot of gameplay going on around here. I mean, now you have the mechanic that you can jump while driving. You grind on a lot of rails and walls, and rail grinding is pretty much the feature of the game. This happens in like 2 or 3 maps. You can ride a vehicle. You can ride a helicopter, a truck, and I believe there's something else. Now I challenge you to watch this trailer with no sound and see how fun it really is to drive in a map like this. But anyways, let's jump on to Mario Kart World then. Okay. To explain this game, I'm actually gonna take an expression I heard before on YouTube. I think Mario Kart World is an $80 side order of French fries. Follow me and I will explain. Just to start us off, I had big expectations for this game. I mean, I haven't played a lot of Mario Kart games, but I played Mario Kart DS, Double Dash, and 8 Deluxe. Sure, I haven't played a lot of them, but the ones I did play were fantastic. So, you know, hearing of a new Mario Kart game exclusive to a more powerful console, the Switch 2, I did expect something greater than 8 Deluxe. So let's go over the open world. What is the open world for in Mario Kart World? Taking pictures with friends? I mean, that'll be fun for 5 minutes. You'll never touch it again. Okay, what else is there to do in the open world? You collect stickers. You're gonna find P-switches, where you can do some small missions, question mark panels, and for all of those things, you get stickers. And there are 200 stickers to get. Chat, can you tell me if you've ever seen a sticker while playing the game? Maybe on the cart of one of your opponents, there's a sticker sticking in there. Have you ever seen one of your own stickers outside the sticker menu? No. You've never seen them because they have no use. I unironically believe that Mario Kart World is the outcome of the overwhelming success of Breath of the Wild, plus replacing Iwata with a businessman as a CEO. I think Nintendo's creativity got destroyed. The Breath of the Wild sold so well that Nintendo imagined that to make things sell, everything needs to be open world. Mario Kart, you get an open world. Donkey Kong, you get an open world. Metroid Prime gets an open world. Now, outside of that, I think the races themselves are pretty boring. Nintendo rode this idea of intermission between races so hard that there are over 200 intermissions, and some of these tracks are just a straight line. How do you make a racing video game that boring? Like you're racing in a straight line. You're not gonna drift. There are no shortcuts. It's just boring. The user interface is terrible. Like if you were to select Mario and one of his outfits, you would expect to see all of your characters lined up, and then you pick a character and then the outfit. Instead, each individual outfit of a character counts as a single character. It just adds clutter. But that's a small thing, really. Somehow, still about the gameplay, about the items. Compared to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I think Mario Kart World is even more about luck than racing ability. Because you can literally go from like 22nd place to first within 3 seconds the moment you get a triple mushroom or a golden mushroom. Because all the tracks are so open, you can just leave the road and cut a shortcut nearly anywhere, bypassing all the players. Why did you win? Was it your skill in driving in a straight line, or did you just get lucky at the casino slots and you got the right item for the right moment? Because the road is also so wide, because it had to accommodate 24 players, most turns you're not even going to drift, you're just going to slightly turn. So it's also boring in that sense. With 24 players, the amount of items are just bullshit. The game focused so much on making sure that the 24 players were together at all times that lightning now only affects people ahead of you. The blue shell doesn't affect anybody that is not in first place, so you can't get hit by it, you're just nudged. The bullet bill, you just get nudged, it's not gonna hurt you. The star doesn't speed you up. The game focused a lot on making sure that nobody gets left behind. Again, it's boring. Do you realize that while I lived in Japan, the country that sucks Nintendo dick the hardest, I could never find a full lobby of players in this game? And when I booted Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I immediately found one. I never found a lobby with 24 players. I found a handful of people, like 18 people maybe, and then 6 bots. Now, a little bit on the more positive side. The game has great visuals, it runs well. The shortcuts that involve the rail grinding mechanic are fun, but they're sparse. I think the new game mode, Knockout Tour, is what I ended up playing the most out of Mario Kart World, because it made races actually exciting instead of a stroll down the countryside. So all of this culminates in Mario Kart World being an $80 side order of French fries. Why did I say that? Because French fries are typically the most sold item at a restaurant, like Mario Kart World is. But people don't go to the restaurants for the French fries. They go there for something else and then order the fries on the side. So the fries end up being the most sold item. I think that's the case with the Switch 2. People who purchased the Switch 2, myself included, we want something else. Whether it's the next Zelda, the next Fire Emblem, Metroid Prime, the next Kirby, the next Smash Bros. And we end up getting Mario Kart because it's there. And it does top sales charts because of that. The only reason this shell of a Mario Kart game does not get the F tier is because of the Knockout Tour mode, which just saves it from being a failure. But I'm still gonna place this, I'd say here, between Commander Quest and Hungry Horrors. I think we, in 2025, got a lot better racers in Kirby Air Riders and Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. And I'll get to that one as well. Alright, let's move on from that one, and jump to Mario Superstar Baseball, which I actually did like. I'm not sure if this trailer is going to be any good. This is an old game. You know what I really liked about this game? You don't have to know baseball. The game does a pretty good job at explaining the game to you. It's pretty well made. I get the feeling if Nintendo made a baseball game today, it would not be half of this. And I say that because I saw the last football game they made, and I saw the trailer for the tennis game that comes out in February this year. Yeah, the story mode is actually pretty short. Yeah, the minigames are fun. Alright, let's move on from there. So, Mario Superstar Baseball. I think that playing this is the outcome of playing Mario games that are so bad, they make you question the franchise as a whole. You start looking for the older games to revive some joy. I played a few sports games, tennis, basketball. I never played the baseball ones before this one. Like I said, even if you don't know the rules of baseball, it's pretty easy to just pick it up and play around. You select your team members. Each member has their own specialty. You know, some are good at batting, fielding, catching, running. You get your timings on the pitches, get your timings on the swings, and you just try to win. The AI can be pretty challenging. You can change how you throw your pitch. You can do a fastball, a curved ball. I just wish the game had a way for you to throw a knuckleball, which is really cool. What else to say? It has a series of other mini games. If you don't want to go over an entire baseball game, you have the classic home run game, base running game. The main story with its own little hub world in the trailer is pretty short. I think it only takes a couple of hours to clear every field. Nothing that special. But it's a pretty fun game if you just want something baseball to try out. I think it's also one of the stronger sports games I've played in the Mario universe. Better than the tennis games, at least. I think the best one I've played is still the basketball one, but that's because I like basketball. I would still place this one in the B tier. I'd say around here, though. Let's place it there, B tier. Maze Mice. Maze Mice being the next one. Wait. A bullet heaven roguelite is how they call it. Yeah, just like the game called Super Hot, time only moves when you move. So you actually have time to think about the path you're going to take. And once you level up, there's a roguelite aspect, you get some upgrade. Now, probably nobody knows this game. But this game reminded me of a very, very old 101 Dalmatians CD-ROM game that I played when I was very, very young, where you ran around as a Dalmatian, running away from Cruella de Vil, picking up stuff, bones along the way. It looked very close to this, minus the roguelite aspect. I enjoyed the game for what it was. I think it was a handful of hours worth of fun. I like the aspect that time only moves when you move, so you have time to think about your actions. A couple of downsides. The game forces you to select upgrades at every level, and if you don't get the right options, it can screw up your build if all three counter what you're doing. And the bosses in the game are pretty easy to cheese because you never see new cats chasing you as long as you only capture the small EXP orbs and just avoid the big ones. Also, the game only has a handful of levels. It's really, really short. Very short to complete. I think this is a C tier game, but I would place it as a high C tier game. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Moving on to the Mega Man games. Mega Man Star Force Dragon, Mega Man 1. I think I'm gonna just talk about all three of them together, because they all play the same. Now, just to start us off, I'm actually glad, I am so glad, I emulated these games and finished all three of them before the collection came out. It saved me some money. This first game is actually pretty decent. It focuses on the main character, Geostellar, and because of his father's absence, and he has a lot of grief, a lot of loneliness. For a kid's game, it handles some heavy themes. You have social isolation, trust issues, vulnerability. I have no issues on the story. I think the combat got a bit too simplified for the DS, because instead of moving on a 3x3 grid, like in Battle Network, you now just have the simple left, middle, right section. You still fight with the same old chips, or cards, whatever you want to call it. But when it comes to world design and exploration, I think the game just sucks. The real world is segmented, so it's multiple segments, and it's practically empty, most of it. And the wave world, the digital one, is virtually linear, very few branching paths, and for some reason, here and there, the story is going to force you to backtrack, which is annoying. I think for the first game, it's not bad nor great. It's fine for like a first iteration at trying a new formula. So I think that's gonna place it, I'd say in the low B tier, I would say. I would put it here. Here, better than Nine Kings, lower than Aotenjo. Now, 5 fucking minutes for a Star Force 2 trailer, what? Oh, I'm speeding some of this. Alright. 2. I'm not sure what to say about 2. I think that the story suffers in 2. Because in the first game, the story handles, like, heavy themes. And those are all out the window here, they're not handled. Instead, what you get is, like, a story focusing on an ancient tribe, so it's like an ancient tribe arc. I did like Burai, or Solo, in the English version. He's pretty badass, and he only uses a sword if it's necessary. Other than that, he fights bare-fisted, which is really cool. But I guess my reflexes actually got better with age, because he used to be an amazing opponent, and I think when I played it again, this game again now, he died in a couple of hits. That gave me a bit of mental whiplash. I think the real world is a little bit better. Because of the introduction of the Ancient Tribe, now you got access to more visually distinct areas, like the museum, for example. And also you get like this winter resort that they showed. It was also really nice. And a theater. The Wave World, where you spend most of your time anyways, it's still the same linear, repetitive, boring area. It still had a ton of backtracking. Especially when you go like to the ancient, not ancient tribe, like Indians area, whatever that was. The powers are flashier, and I do like those, but it's overall samey in a lot of ways when you compare it to the first one. It's just that the story got degraded. The story got somehow even worse. I'm not gonna waste much time with this trailer. I think that this is slightly worse than the first one, which drops it in the C tier. I will leave it as a high C tier compared to the others, but definitely worse than the first one. And then we can jump to the third game, which is the conclusion of this trilogy. Star Force 3 in 2009. Now, I'm gonna be blunt. The combat in these games has always been fun for me, but I have forgotten how nonsensical the story in the third game could be. It feels like the story gets worse with each and every iteration. And now that I'm older, I do understand why they cancelled the fourth game. These games were selling less and less because they didn't innovate that much between each one. I think the story recovers a bit because it reintroduces Geostellar's father, but they also reintroduce characters from past games who were supposed to have died, and they come back with no explanation whatsoever. That's just a slap to the face. The combat now introduces the noise. So instead of regular transformations that you would unlock with the main story, now they introduce this concept of noise, which I did not like. Because your rewards in a battle were now being affected by how fast you play and by how much damage you deal all at once to your opponent, which would increase the noise. So the rewards at the end of a battle became even more volatile. And if you actually start a battle already with high noise from a previous battle you did, the whole battle is trivialized because you already start with a massive power-up. The main world, roughly the same, small, segmented. For some reason, in the name of keeping it fresh, they changed locations in your main town. I think the Mart changed location for no reason. The Wave world, still linear, still repetitive. I feel like I found these games a lot more challenging as a kid compared to now. I feel like the games got easier with age. The story brings it back up a little, but I feel like this trilogy has always been good, not great. I'll give it credit where it's due for improving a little bit on the story, but it's still going to be placed lower than the original Star Force in the B tier. Now, let's move us on to Monster Train 2. One thing I can already tell you I dislike is the art style. I felt like Monster Train 1 was unique, and this feels a little bit cheap. Like a cheap mobile game. I really wasn't a fan of it. I think it's you know, Frostpunk 2 was a downgrade to the Frostpunk franchise. This is not as big a downgrade for the Monster Train franchise, but it is a downgrade. I found Monster Train 1 fun. Lots of possible builds. There were some fun ways to get like one big overpowered monster at the beginning of the train, just molly-whopping everything by itself. To me, Monster Train 1 was like the recommendation for people who were looking for something after playing Slay the Spire. But the sequel, the mobile phone game art style just threw me off completely. I had no idea what to say, and I found the mechanics to be a little bit unfun. I dropped this one really quickly. Imagine a boss that can give you infinite debuffs, for example. It's that level of unfun bullshit. But I think to me it still comes down to the art style, the UI, the art. This should have been reworked. It drove me away from this. This looks like a cheap mobile game. The gameplay is still there, to be fair. It's still a high C tier, but the first one is better. Alright, let's jump to, and I'm also going to rate these 3 games all at once. Monument Valley. Do I have trailers for all 3 of them? Okay. I'd rather just review all 3 of these games together because all 3 of these are very short 2-hour puzzle games. They all play exactly the same. The main difference is the kind of message, the kind of story that they're trying to pass on to the player. The first game is about redemption, regret for past actions. The second game is about learning to let go of your child so that she can grow. And the third one is about passing the torch to the younger generation. The core gameplay of all 3 games is this point-and-click puzzle adventure so that you can rotate the structures to align, and you're aligning impossible shapes to create a path so that your character can walk. You're basically solving spatial optical illusions, essentially. Now, all the puzzles... Oh, God. Oh, look! Arrow. Now, all the puzzles are very simple, and I mean piss easy. 99% of the solutions, you're gonna find them in seconds. These are games you will experience, but you will not really solve, which is disappointing. It's meant to be a puzzle game. I have no complaints about the story or the gameplay, but I do wish that the game had optional, harder challenges to at least double the length of each game. You can literally 100% each game within 2 hours. And Monument Valley 3 actually is even shorter than that because the game just released in 2025 and I think they still have to release the extra levels that they did release with the first and second game. But it's still the same concept and the same difficulty. You're playing this for the non-verbal story that it presents you, not so much for the puzzles, which is a shame because the gameplay is the puzzles. So, where are we gonna put these games? I would place the first one, about the story of redemption, as a low B tier. The second one as a high C tier. There. And Monument Valley 3, lower than the first one just because it's shorter, but it's better than the second one. I found the second one was the easiest game. The one I finished like the fastest. Okay, let's jump to the letter N. We're advancing. Neon White. Okay. Here's what Neon White is. Do you hate speedrunning a game, but you always wondered what it would be like? Play Neon White. Just play Neon White, chat. Is there actual gameplay here, or... Okay, there we go. Neon White is literally a speedrunning playground, where each level always asks the same thing of you. Go as fast as you can. Now, sometimes you might need to explore here and there if you want to get collectibles or learn some shortcuts, but other than that, if you're just aiming to play the main story, speed is the name of the game.
Good thinking.
Now, at first you might end up being a little bit confused with how fast all the different weapons switch as you use them, but after a couple of levels you will understand if you just go with the flow and trust the process, because each and every level is set up already in such a way that you will always get the weapons you need when you need them in exactly the right order you need to use them. The levels are short, well, because you're also going fast, but they're focused on you being aggressive. You have to kill every enemy in the map finish as fast as possible, use your guns to shoot every enemy. If they're dead, use your guns with the right click instead to give you a burst of speed. It's high octane actions, no wasted moves, you have a clear sight on where to go, at most of the times. The game also respects your time a lot. Like, if you fail, you see there, no lengthy animation, no cutscene bullshit, one click you can go again. I can't say much about the story, because I often honestly did not give a fuck. I think they relied a little bit too much on anime tropes with an art design that does not work for anime tropes, and it threw me off a little. I got this game recommended by a friend, and I think it was a good call. I did have a good time with it, so I think it's also a solid B tier. That would be, I would say, around here. I would say middle of the pack B tier is where it is. Yeah, I think it's a good one. Okay, let's move on to the next one, which is, well, still in the letter N.
We've shown you
9 Souls. Wow, what a game this was. I think this was made by a Chinese studio too. Yes, this is a game with parry mechanics. And you can parry mid-air. I didn't know you could parry while climbing. Huh, the more you know. Oh, I really like these sections with the crates. Slay the 9 souls. Every single boss is a freaking challenge. Every single one. What a video game, let me tell you. 9 Souls is a really big one. You know, I think between Sekiro, 9 Souls, and Clair Obscur Expedition 33, 2025 was the year I learned that I love parrying mechanics in video games. Like, the feedback response when you successfully parry an opponent is like no other. So then you can imagine my joy when I learned there was a Metroidvania that also required parrying to win. Which, by the way, the hardest boss I've ever faced in a video game was Aigong, a boss in this game. The combat of this game is the best of any Metroidvania I've ever played. It's focused on parrying and timing. Every strike, every talisman you use, the constant switching between offense and defense, amazing. You're not racing to do damage, you're dancing with your opponent, but man, do they dance fast. The bosses in this game are absolute bonkers. The final fight took everything out of me to win. There was a mechanic in the game, a special type of parrying, that I managed to never use, and I had to learn on the spot against the final boss just to improve my chances. In that fight, Aigong moved so fast that if I ever looked anywhere that wasn't Aigong, if I looked at my own character, if I looked at my HP bar, if I looked anywhere that was not my enemy, I would get hit. If I blinked, I would get hit. There has been no other game, no Souls game either. No other game has forced me, at the very last fight, to revisit mechanics, learn and execute them to win. This game gave me a very difficult victory, and it was not handed to me. I had to freaking deserve it. Now, I would compare the world of 9 Souls to Hollow Knight, in the sense that it is large, it's full of goodies to obtain, a lot of stuff to explore. The exploration goes beyond just random items scattered around. You'll find characters that are relevant to like side quests that you want to do to improve yourself, like the guy that eats poisons, the shop guy. The story is also pretty interesting because it combines people living in prehistoric ways compared to like aliens living in modern futuristic ways. And the main character has this story of like an arc of redemption also from past actions. So the story is also quite interesting. Other than one or two tunes, the music, I would say more than the background music, I think the sound design in combat stood out to me a lot, especially when you're parrying and using the talismans and all that. Also the music of the bosses. To me, this is an S tier. It is a masterpiece of a game. Everybody who likes Metroidvanias should give this one a chance. I think this is an incredible one. I will place this as an S tier right here. It deserves it. Now, let's go on to the next one, called Nunholy. Don't judge me too much on this one. It got recommended by the channel point system. Oh, I just realized the screen goes blank if I click another window. Huh. Oh god, this game. Do you know what this game is? This is what waiting for Hades 2 does to a motherfucker. You end up playing the closest thing, filled with anime tits and ass. I'm not gonna waste too much time on this one. It got recommended to me via the channel point system that I have, so I was committed to playing it. The game sells itself as a roguelike, where you explore dungeons fighting vampires with battle-hardened nuns. I would argue something is hard and it's not the nuns. It's pretty bare bones of a game, because the game has nothing for you to work towards, just end the dungeon. There are no systems to learn, no major mechanics, no major unlocks. You know, you beat the last boss and the game is over. It's like you're playing the pre-alpha version of Hades, except every character has tits the size of my head. It plays well. I have no complaints about the combat or the controls. Although the combat is just spam button until everything is dead. Nothing to say there either. I think it's fun for 2 hours and then not really. I would put this as the lowest C tier there is. It's better than Lost Swords, so it can stay there. Let's just move on to the letter O. Overlooting. Actually, I don't have much to say about this one either. It's just another auto-battler with a little bit of inventory management system, so you fuse your stuff to get better gear. Your warrior fights automatically, picks up loot as he wins. You make use of that loot to either equip it and use it, or you hold on to it to fuse later on. You can make multiple builds, you know, you can focus on magic, assassin, thorns. I'm pretty sure I only had success with a thorns build and an assassin dagger build. Games like this, small-scale indie roguelikes, are a dime a dozen, and I think most tend to suffer from the same thing. It's always balancing issues, loot drop rates that are a little bit shit, little variety in builds that are viable. I think it's just another one of those with high RNG ruining the taste of what could have been a great meal. So I think this is just a random-ass C tier down the middle. Still put it here. C tier, I think it's fair. So we're jumping off to P. Pokemon Conquest. I replayed it, I've played this before. I played this one to relive the experience of a Fire Emblem, but it's Pokemon. That's what it is, really. It's Fire Emblem, but it's Pokemon. Honestly, when it comes to Pokemon, any mainline game that is past Gen 5 loses to its spin-offs. Mystery Dungeon, Ranger, Snap, hell, even Pinball is amazing. Pokemon Conquest is one of those spin-offs that is worth trying out. Now, I did say that it's Fire Emblem, but not really. This is actually Pokemon mixed with Nobunaga's ambition, set in, you're playing essentially, they call it the Ransei region, but this is essentially Japan in the Edo period when the country was split in many factions at war with each other. Oops, forgot to, there we go. At war with each other. I think the Pokemon integration is done really well. You still have types, you still have moves, different Pokemon are going to have different mobility, there's loyalty mechanics with trainers that have those Pokemon that incentivizes you to use them. I like that they have a single Pokemon attached to a single trainer, so it still feels like you're not using Pokemon to win the war, you're sending soldiers into battle. Now, as expected from a Pokemon vanilla game, it's easy. Early, mid, late game, it's all easy. The only decent challenge is the very final battle against Nobunaga himself, because the fucker has a shiny Rayquaza. I didn't even remember that. I was surprised when I saw it. I think it's a decent spin on the franchise, but to be fair, Game Freak has been so shit lately that anything you spin about the franchise becomes half decent. It's a solid B tier that I would place here. Right middle of the pack. Alright. Let's now jump to R.E.P.O. R.E.P.O.
Okay, guys.
Ooh, tiny.
Be careful, be careful.
Look at us, we're so professional.
I have a plan. No! Please. Stop! No, Michael, don't get involved in this.
Do not let go of that dish, it's radioactive.
Okay, let's buy some money.
I get you up here for survival. Yeah.
Oh god. Oh, the red guy, you might be dead. I don't even handle horror games that well, but this one is funny. Unless you're getting attacked, then it's not funny at all. Okay. R.E.P.O. I actually had to look this up. R.E.P.O. stands for Retrieve, Extract, and Profit Operation. We're thieves. Yeah, we're thieves. It's a cooperative survival horror game, and you're basically trying to rob a place without dying to the monsters that prowl about. Now, if you thought the only obstacle to robbing would be the monsters, think again. Some of the objects are either heavy as shit, and you need cooperation to carry them, or they're fragile as shit, which means any accidental bump gives you like a net loss of $5,000 or more. Probably more. The game is still in early access, but so far, for cooperation, the game gives you proximity chat. I know the next update is going to introduce walkie-talkies, but so far, the main way of playing the game is kind of to stick together. And that's really where the game shines. You know, you have to communicate, there's team play, the maps are randomized, the enemies are randomized, so you always got to be tactical about your approach. No two runs are the same. The main downside is that, at its core, it's a multiplayer game, which means it has the highest barrier to entry possible. A, you need friends. B, you need friends willing to play this. C, you're at the mercy of only playing this with your friends because internet randos can be retards. I would put R.E.P.O. as a solid B tier. There. I had my fun with it, but it has a barrier to entry if your friends don't really want to play it after a while. Still, for what it is, it's a fun experience. You can call it one of those friend slop games, kind of like Lethal Company or Peak or RV There Yet. So, let's move over to Raidou.
Taisho 20.
The Taisho era.
A sinister darkness.
Really, in French?
Sir, please. I want you
Okay, before I review this, just let me say something I've said many times. I am an Atlas dick sucker. Now, I'm not that much of a dick sucker that I bought Persona 3 Reload. I'm not gonna buy Persona 4 Revival either. But usually if it's stuff like Soul Hackers, Shin Megami Tensei, a new Persona game, some IP they're trying to revive, my wallet opens immediately. So when Atlas decided to revive the Raidou franchise that I knew nothing about, guess who was on his knees, eyes closed, mouth open? This guy. And with this game I have no regrets, honestly. The game is fun. Thank you, Atlas. So yeah, action RPG, you play as a detective, but you solve cases through demon summoning. You can control 2 demons fighting in real time in a closed arena. The demons are the same old from the Atlas universe, and, you know, I'm a big fan of the Atlas decks, I guess, quote-unquote. I was there day one. I really like how they portray the feel of being a detective in the Taisho era. It almost feels like you're in a noir-style film, but in color, and yet with a little bit of occult horror mixed in because of the demons. I think it made the story a very unique experience in that regard. The combat reminds me of Persona 5 Strikers, especially, well, except you control 2 demons instead of 1. Instead of that typical turn-based combat, you yourself fight with sword and gun attacks, but the bulk of the damage and support is gonna come from the 2 demons you send out to the field. I'm a little bit surprised that they remade the first Raidou game with mechanics of the second game, because in the original Raidou 1, you could only bring a single demon to battle. In Raidou 2, you could bring 2 demons. So either Atlas has no intentions of remaking the second game, or if they do, we should expect something that makes the game really stand out. Or it'll just be more of the same and I'm still gonna be there on my knees, eyes closed, mouth open anyways. I think that this game is also another solid B tier. I know we're getting a lot of B tiers, but hey, it's expected, it's the average. But within the B, I would rate it high. I think I would put it here, like a B plus kind of thing. Okay, let's move on to Return of the Obra Dinn. Oh boy, this one is really unique. This is the art style of the game. You are not seeing this wrong. I can say this with certainty. You've probably never played a game that looks like this. It's an investigation game too. And actually, for an investigation game, this doesn't pull any punches. It expects attention to detail out of you, even with this art style. Like, when I played this on stream, you had the chance to see firsthand how blind I could be. I have no issue with the art style, but I'll blame it on it. So, you're an investigator with Eastern India Trading Company in the 19th century, and you're trying to understand what the hell happened aboard this ship, the Obra Dinn, because the ship came back with no crew member alive. There are no fights, no leveling up, no obvious markers on the screen. The gameplay is you, the ship, and a notebook for you to fill in blanks. And your job is to examine the ship, look for clues, look for items, cloth pieces, stains on the floor. There's a mechanic that they showed earlier in the trailer that you can witness a person's time of death. You're going back in time just to see that moment. And then you fill in the notebook how a person was killed, by who, with which tool. That's it. Now, the clues can be blatantly obvious, like you witness a person's time of death and you can see exactly who killed them and which tool, or they can be subtle to the point that you have to pay attention to a guy's socks. Seriously. Small details, you know, a tattoo, a shoe, some word that was said are usually going to be the answer. There's nothing hidden, like you have to advance the story before you unlock some clue. All answers are available and right in front of you, it's just that you have to see them. And the story that they tell through this mystery, like no spoilers, I actually had a few moments of like shock and surprise. I think this is a pretty strong contender. And if you like investigation games, you should definitely consider Obra Dinn. I think you should definitely go for it. This, to me, is a solid A tier. And I would place this, maybe here. Return of the Obra Dinn. Let's make it a solid A tier. Alright, next up is Rogue Legacy. Rogue Legacy 2. I'm not sure if this shows any game. Oh, it does. Okay. So, 2D Metroidvania roguelite. That's what this is. But the roguelite aspect is pretty interesting because every time you die, you're gonna a descendant of the family is the one that's gonna move on. It's gonna play. I really like the sense of meta progression that comes in this game. So it's not just the upgrades that you get in the meta progression, but also any knowledge that you obtain when you're exploring the dungeon, your descendants will have it. It retains to the next fighter. Yeah, the map is also procedurally generated. So no two dungeons are going to be the same. You have the option to make it the same, but you don't win as much money if you do that. The game gives you a lot of classes, like a lot of weapons, a lot of relics to make runs feel fresh. Also, each individual is gonna have like some funny trait, like an individual trait that, like for example, they fart a lot or they view everything in a monochromatic fashion. They see everything upside down. Synesthesia, like they see sounds. Just off the top of my head, those are a couple. I found that the strongest character for me tended to be the Valkyrie with a spear, because you get the range to fight everything at a distance and you have mobility. Where I thought this game lost a bit of shine for me was in the upgrades themselves, because you need a lot of money just to get a small boost to your attack or your health. So you're gonna go through generations of descendants just to grind out the cash. And as you keep pushing deeper into the dungeons, facing a boss or two, you're gonna need more upgrades, which means you're gonna be doing double the grind or even triple the grind. I think that just prevents it from being an A tier of a game, though. I would put this as a high B. And I would say here. I think just above Invisible Ink. I think that's fair. And now let's go to the last one in the R letters. RV there yet. I don't think I'm gonna waste too much time on this one, though. I mean, it's another friend slop game like Lethal Company, Peak, or what was the other one? R.E.P.O. It's another friend slop that requires cooperation and that, you know, depending on who you play it with, you'll probably turn it on a handful of times and never again. Basically, you and your friends have one goal. Move the van to the destination. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. The game is easy. Okay, the game is easy. As long as you drive carefully, first gear, and cooperate, building some bridges and some elevators for your van, I haven't really seen any real challenge in the game. The reason I call this friend slop is because this is a type of game you're gonna see on YouTube where a group of retards scream like a banshee because they couldn't align two wooden boards and destroyed their van purely in the name of content. I think it's a fun game for what it is. It's just that this game isn't much, honestly. You could win this with two people. A driver and a spotter for any challenges. I think that in a world of friend slop, Lethal Company, R.E.P.O, Peak, this is the weakest one of the friend slop games. I would put this as an average C-tier game, kind of like that, and just leave it at that. So let's move on to the letter S. Alright. I don't even know if this is gameplay.
Welcome to a vision of
Sekiro.
Unlike anything you've experienced before. Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, is set during the closing years of the Sengoku period.
Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. This was the first parry-based game I played in 2025, and was the game that opened my eyes to the joy of parry mechanics. Also, it became my favorite Souls game, because it has no stats to grind for. You don't grind for stats. It's just you and your sword and prosthetics. I think that this game is a masterclass in precision. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 in Expert mode actually has tighter parry windows than this game. At least it felt that way. I think this game is amazing. Like, the combat system changes things up a bit. I don't know if there should be some gameplay here, no? Come on, show me some gameplay somewhere around here.
Tactics won't work against every enemy.
Okay, they removed the UI. But basically, you start prioritizing not the health of your opponent, but their posture. You parry their moves to break their posture, avoid breaking your own, and once the posture is broken, you move in for the death blow. So in a way, Sekiro is a rhythm game. Now, it's a From Software game, so yes, this is a difficult game, but I do think it's fair. I mean, before every boss, if you bother to explore, there's a lot of stuff you can obtain. Usually prayer beads to raise your health and your posture, some healing items, prosthetics to help you in battle. I don't think I had a single death in this game that felt overly punishing or unfair. Everything is either a mistimed parry, maybe I pressed the wrong button, or the most famous one, I hesitate. I learned the hard way that if you hesitate in this game, you die. Hesitation is defeat. I like the story. The narrative is pretty compelling. You play as a shinobi protecting your master because everybody wants a piece of him, because his blood grants immortal life. Now, the game to me is an S tier, but I do have an input that would potentially move this game to S+ tier. And it's this. For a game that is so focused on parrying, I found the first two bosses of the game a really poor lesson in that. Gyobu Masataka Oniwa can be beaten hitless without parrying. You have posture in the early game to just normal block everything he does. And the second boss, the Blazing Bull, chips your health even if you do perfect parries and incentivizes you to dodge instead of parrying. So I would highly recommend that you go to the Hirata Estate. If you play this game, there's going to be an area that you're going to unlock that's going to feel like it's optional, which is the Hirata Estate. Go there as soon as you can. It's not optional. You learn there the Mikiri counter, which even mentally for you as a player, it's a must. You need to learn the courage to move towards your enemy's blade to counter it. And Mikiri counter is exactly that. But there you also fight Lady Butterfly, who is a much better teacher of this game than the other two bosses I said. Because you're gonna fight Lady Butterfly in a more dim-lit, closed area, so sound and light are gonna be much clearer to you, and the combat's gonna flow better. You're gonna understand better what's intended of you in your combat. So, I've already said it, this is an S-tier game. To me, greater than Elden Ring. Nothing beats Expedition 33 here, and nothing's gonna be worse than Brothership. I'm spoiling that right away. Okay, let's move on to Sifu. And I'm also gonna go against the grain on this one. Sifu. This was actually another game recommended to me by a friend, and I didn't like anything in this game. I like the concept of a martial arts game, you know, cool on paper, but in this case I feel some aspects were really poorly executed. First of all, the parries and the counters. Coming from games like, you know, Sekiro, Nine Souls, Expedition 33, the feedback on parrying and countering in this game, by comparison, is terrible. It's not that the window for parrying is tight, it's just that it's barely responsive when you actually pull one off. Then it's the enemies. All the mobs that you're gonna see throughout the game will do the same moves, the same patterns. You're not learning to fight better, you're just learning that against enemy A, you press button 1, and against enemy B, I press buttons 1 and 2. The fights become formulaic, because the map is always the same, the mobs you encounter in each map is always the same. So you already know what to expect. You know that in some areas, you're gonna find an item that you can throw at somebody so that you can make a 1 versus 2 fight become a 1v1. And the third one, which is the center of Sifu, is the aging mechanic. I don't like it. Sifu, I feel, behaves like a roguelite game, in the sense that you're supposed to fail and try again until you figure it out. But the aging mechanic punishes trying new things. You get older with each death, meaning that you deal more damage, but you have less HP with every 10 years of aging. And that mechanic is always there, whispering. It's not like Hades or most roguelites where, hey, you fail, lesson learned, we'll do better next time. No, there's this constant fear of aging there, reminding you, if you fail, next attempt is potentially going to be worse than this one you're already doing. Now, on a more positive note, I do think the animations are flawless, stylish, but that's really all I got for this game. I think it's overly punishing, I think it's repetitive, I think it's borderline stressful. I do think that it's a difficult game to master, and if you do, it becomes more fun. So I will give it credit where it's due. I don't think it's a D tier game, but I do think it's a low C tier. And I would put it around here. It just didn't click for me. I don't think it's a game for everybody. So, moving on to Slice and Dice. This one's not going to be a mystery to you. Nor am I going to waste a lot of time on this one either. Slice and Dice, I mean, I've already said that 2025 was the year where I learned I don't like dice-based roguelites. And this is another one where, with dice rolling combat, where luck is going to affect your strategy. Even if you build your team with the right equipment, due to a bad stroke of luck of the dice, you can still fall. I really don't have much to add about this one. There are a lot of possibilities, a lot of different characters that exist, different game modes. But by the time I tried this game, I was already mentally shutting down from dice-based games. I've learned this year they are just not for me. So for me, Slice and Dice is a D tier, although I would say is the strongest of the D tiers, even though I didn't like it that much. So let's jump over to the next one immediately. So, one of the surprises of this year, Sonic Racing Crossworlds. This is impressive. I am an avid Sonic hater. I don't believe there is a good Sonic game. This is the first one. In a world where Mario Kart decided to be shit, both Kirby and Sonic decided to whoop ass this year. And this is me saying it. Like, I've always said, Sonic has never been a good franchise. There has never been a good Sonic game. Now there is one. Now, the parallels to Mario Kart. Of course, you got the speed, you got the characters, you got the vehicles, you know, typical racing game. What else you got? You drift, there's item boxes. Those item boxes, you have homing items to attack your opponents, red shell. Items that bounce around to hit your opponents, green shell. You got shields, you got boosts, mushrooms. You collect rings to improve your speed, like coins. There's multiple game modes, like Grand Prix, Time Attack. See the parallels here? Hey Nintendo, better start suing. Now, what I did enjoy that is new is that you can equip some traits or gadgets to your vehicle, and they enable something new in your gameplay. You can drift faster, collect rings faster, improved stats, and so on, so forth. And unlike Mario Kart World, the tracks are actually full of twists and turns to keep the race interesting. It doesn't feel like you're just strolling across the countryside on a very wide road. Because you also don't have 24 players here, I think it's 12. I think Sonic did the right thing at a time where Mario did the worst thing possible. This takes the rank that Mario Kart should have had. This is a straight A. This is an A tier of a game. And I would put it, I think it's better than Kirby Air Riders, I would say. Just because it's closer to the style of racing that I'm used to. And again, from a guy that does not like any Sonic games, this is pretty big. It's a good one. Now we're jumping to a franchise that I discovered this year and I became a massive fan. Welcome to Stuffer, the Stuffer series. If you're a fan of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney games, you need to try this. This is the investigation game you've probably never heard of, and it's an entire franchise with multiple games. I remember I saw a trailer for this game while I was in Japan, and the first thing I did after was leave the house and go to Akihabara to buy it. I'm a huge fan of all Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney games. I own them all, and I just had to buy this. So you play as a detective, and you're solving murders. But these murders happened via supernatural abilities. And you, as a regular guy, have to figure out how the hell it could have been done. It's set in the 1960s London, and it shows. It's melancholic in that sense, with the music. There's actually quite a lot of violin in the game. You're gonna collect clues, testimonies, these bureau files, transcripts, and you're gonna assemble all this evidence to identify contradictions. And the stakes are actually pretty damn high. Like, some of these powers that these people have are genuinely dangerous. Like, there were some of these people that even I thought they should get the death penalty just for the sake of, you can't let them live, even if they mean no harm, it's too dangerous. Boons to this game, it is fully voiced, something that is really hard to find in an Ace Attorney style game. You have this somber music and like a murky, foggy environment like London, so you also end up with some very impressive tales, and I still have them well in my mind. Oh, this is no longer... Okay, that was another game. That was a spin-off. Quite a few... Most of these cases are in my mind well after I finished playing them. On a minor note, I do think that the UI could be a bit smoother. Some of the elements feel very heavy to drag around, especially the icon when you figured something out. It moves a little bit too heavy. This is an A tier of a game, and one of the best A tiers. I am gonna put this as the top A tier for me. Simply because I'm a huge fan of Ace Attorney games, and I think Stuffer Case deserves recognition. Made by Tetrapod Studio, so it's a Korean studio. I think that they deserve more recognition. Now, this one is a spin-off. It's a single case. There's not much to say about it. It was even part of the other trailer. Stuffer Reborn. This is the direct sequel to Stuffer Case. Very short. This is about 1 hour of experience. And the game is set entirely in a single room. And you're tasked with one thing. Figure out how this old man's power works. This old man gets constantly revived when he dies. And he is an old man dying of old age, so he is constantly reviving every 15 minutes. You need to figure out how his power works to break him from the infinite loop. If you like Stuffer Case and Ace Attorney style games, it's basically a bite-sized version of a Stuffer Case, Stuffer Case. There's really not much to add here. You're just adding a bunch of clues, solving the mystery, nothing else there. I would put this one on a B tier simply because it's shorter, much shorter. You would typically only play this after playing Stuffer Case if you enjoy it. I will place this, it is a very short experience. Let's place it here. It's no reflection on the story. The story is good, the gameplay is good. It's a reflection on how short it is. Now, you thought we were done. Let's move on to Dice Eater. Now, I know it starts with D, but I kept it aside because it's a sequel to Stuffer Reborn. It's in the same series. In the same universe. Made by the same studio and everything. Now, it is a completely different take on the story, but it feels undercooked. So instead of an investigation game, it's a card and dice game against people who have superpowers and you don't. Oh, what the hell? It was that short? Damn, it's 30 seconds. My goodness. So, card and dice game. You win either by beating them fair and square, or by figuring out how their power works. So it's still gonna rely on power of deduction to actually win a game. The main issue is that your opponents are too simple. Deducing each opponent takes a matter of minutes, and with only 5 available opponents, This game is going to devolve into a more narrative style game than anything else. And it's also a very, very short game. I'm pretty sure that within 2 hours, I faced everyone and I beat them. Now, why does this game exist? It's here to introduce you to characters that will have a more relevant position in the next game, which is Staffel Retro. I will place this game as a C-tier game right there. And now we can jump to talking about Staffel Retro. There isn't actually much I can say about it yet, because I only played the demo. Right now, Staffel Retro only exists as a demo and nothing else. But it's set to follow up the events from previous games. Characters like Red Fins from Staffel Case is going to make a return, and I've been looking forward to that. The animations are really high quality, I'm impressed. Now, it does have a different main character, Retro, instead of Case, but it still retains the same investigation and deduction focus, from what I could see from the demo. I can't go in a lot of detail from the demo alone, about the game as a whole, but the demo itself already has me sold. I'm all in on trying out the actual game when it comes out. I am going to be cautiously optimistic here, and I'm going to give this game a B tier. I do have hopes, and I am biased towards Ace Attorney style games. I'm gonna put it, because of how short it is and it's only a demo, I am gonna place it here. It's a solid mid of the line B tier game, and we will reevaluate when the main game comes out. So, jumping to the next one, Starscum. I'm pretty sure this is also in early access. Too many games are in early access these days. Think of Faster Than Light FTL, but it's actually turn-based. One ship versus another, deck building roguelite, you got the energy, you got the relics. I'm not sure if you have the relics, but you have the Slay the Spire aspect. You got your health, you got your deck, you got your energy, action points, the same thing. You're gonna collect cards, they will be your armament and your crew. Same classic, 3 energy, map in the style of Slay the Spire. You're gonna find shops to upgrade the deck, upgrade the ship. As usual with an early access game, I think that this one is a bit rough, a bit unpolished. I found the AI, in some cases, is actually kind of slow when it's thinking about its next move. I think it has really great potential. It can be like a more cartoonish version of a better FTL, because it'll be actually turn-based. Right now, I don't think it's there. I think this is a C-. I think I would recommend it, but it's not done yet. I'd put this as a C- above Sifu, even above Knights in Tight Space. I'd put it here, actually. A decently tiered C. So next up we got Star Vaders. Ever wanted to play Alien Invaders as a deck building roguelite with grid tactics? When I say it, I feel like the game was made for me. This is the perfect mixture. You got deck building, roguelite, it's grid based, and Alien Invaders. You have different styles. Like a gunner, in good old Alien Invaders fashion, you can stay at the bottom of the grid shooting upwards. You have the Keeper, where you like host monsters and you control them on the field. And you also have the Stinger, which I think they already showed. Yeah. And you have the Stinger is my favorite. It focuses on mobility, so you're going to be running around the entire map, slicing enemies in your path. My favorite strategy when I use the Stinger is comboing the card NPK with an upgrade called the Wild, which makes the card activate 3 times instead of 1. It makes you teleport to behind an enemy and kill it. And I coupled that with the Assassin Relic, which gave me extra cards and energy whenever I killed an enemy from the back. So I was just murdering everything. Each class, even within each class, each pilot is varied enough that the game feels different. like playing a completely different game, like Ball Pit did later on. Between all the card effects, all the relics that you can have, all the different pilots that you have, Starvaders actually gives you a lot of replayability, because it also places challenges for each and every pilot and different difficulty modes that introduce new bosses, new boss variants, and even the true ending. I've done the true ending. I've reached Apocalypse, Apocalypse Plus, and Apocalypse Plus Plus difficulties. They are no joke, but I managed to do them. The only one I haven't done is the Impossible difficulty, and I was close. I got to the final boss there. I think that in a market that's filled with deck-building roguelites, trying to grab onto what Slay the Spire built, Starvaders actually try to upgrade that system. There's going to be many ways for you to improve the energy that you have, your card drawing, many interesting synergies with the card upgrades. The upgrades actually change the game. You can make a card free to play, allow you to move when it only used to shoot, so it lets you move and then shoot. You can make a card repeat more than once. Some cards have unique upgrades to themselves. There's this throwing blade, where you pick a card from your hand and throw it at the opponent. An upgrade makes it so that you throw a copy of the card. Like, that by itself is a strategy to win. You make like 10 copies of one really good card. Even among the same class of Stinger, pilots are going to play different. There's the one I like, moves around the map, but there's one that focuses on spreading traps on the field for enemies to walk into. Yeah, this is an amazing game. I think that Pengonauts, the studio that made this, they're now on my radar, and they have an upcoming game too, where you play with the bosses of this game. I'm interested in that. Releases this year too. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and the music's really nice too. I hesitate in making this an actual S tier, but it's definitely A+. I would say A+. Actually, you know what? I think I will give this the S tier. I played a lot of this game. I have like 90% of the achievements. I honestly really like this game. I think it's only fair. I give it the S tier. Let's move on to SteamWorld. SteamWorld Dig 1, to be precise. I don't know if they're gonna show gameplay though. Yeah, they will. I think this one is classified as a Metroidvania on Steam, but I do hesitate to call this a Metroidvania. I feel like this game is short enough. It's like a 2 to 3 hour game. It's more of a demo for the real SteamWorld Dig, which is SteamWorld 2. SteamWorld Dig 2. 2 to 3 hours to complete. You control this character named Rusty, so you're digging a mine deeper into the earth. You collect gems along the way, and then you go back to the surface and trade them for cash to get upgrades. You guys remember the game called Motherload from Miniclip? It's that idea, it's that game. There's not a lot of exploration here, but to its credit, I think the game might feel like a chore in the first 30 minutes or so, but the upgrades are very generous. Like, within the hour, you're gonna be drilling through the earth very fast. There's puzzles you're gonna find in the caves that are fun. 3 areas, pretty much, you know, dirt, kind of like a poisonous area, and the modern area. That's pretty much it. I just hesitate to give this more than a C tier because it's so short. It's little more than a demo for the main game, which is the second one. So I think that's exactly what I'm gonna give it. It's just gonna be a C tier. But let's see what we have in the C tier. Oh, this goes to the top. Yeah, I'd say this is the best C tier there is. Let's call it C+. Now, SteamWorld 2. Now that's where the game is at. So you're looking for Rusty from the first game. You play as Dorothy, a robot miner. As you can see, better art style. There's a lot more focus on combat this time around. a lot more bright areas, more exploration. Areas are more varied. The town in the surface feels much more alive. There's more interesting mechanics involving water, for example. I think that this game took everything it did in the first one and improved upon it. The map is much bigger. You have a lot of different varied areas. You have a lot more combat, more enemies. You don't want to just dig downwards. You're going to be pushed to explore sideways many times. You have better platforming sections, more upgrades, more collectibles, more caves with more puzzles, more trinkets to get. The main loop is still going to be the same. You dig for ores and go back to the surface to upgrade, but with a lot more meaning to improve weapons and health, because again, combat. And the game is bigger. I think it takes about 10 hours to beat. It's still a short experience, but I mean, compared to SteamWorld Dig 1, it's way more expanded. I think this one is also a very good B-tier game, and I would place it there. Above Rogue Legacy 2, just below the Stuffer series. We're actually running out of games. Alright, not much else left. One more SteamWorld game for the run, called SteamWorld Quest. Okay. Chat, I have shown you a lot of deck building roguelites. And after playing so many, this felt a bit awkward, I'm not gonna lie. Because in this game, you're building a deck, but it's not a roguelite. Huh? I'm confused. Yeah, it's an RPG. I played this because I like the SteamWorld franchise. I was willing to give it a shot. So you're basically going on an adventure, recruit allies along the way. Each one has their own cards and their own playstyle. Your hand gets a mixture of the decks from all the characters you're using. You beat up enemies, collect gold, buy some new cards, upgrade existing ones if you want to. The deck is only like 8 cards. You can only have 8 cards per character. So there's this, and the reason for that is because you're gonna combo cards from different heroes. The combos are a breath of fresh air. I really like them. I would recommend this game if you want to try like your first deck building game without the roguelite punishing aspect. I think it's pretty easy to get started and learn some combos. There's some character variety. Within the same character, you have like 30 different cards you can try out. There's a lot of experimenting you can do. And for an RPG, it is a relatively short experience. I think within 10 to 15 hours, 20 at most, you can beat the whole game. There's some optional stuff like harder Colosseums. I've done a bit of that, but I didn't finish it. So if you like the game enough to pursue that, you also can. I think it's a very, very solid game. I think it is a B tier. I just don't know where it fits on the B tier. I wouldn't consider this A though. I think I would put this as a relatively high B game. Let's I think I would rate this at the same level as SteamWorld Dig 2. It is a polished experience for what it tries to deliver. Now, I've mentioned polished experiences. Let's talk about unpolished ones. Super Mario Galaxy, and I'm gonna go against the grain here. I played Super Mario Galaxy because it was often praised, and it is, as one of the greatest 3D Mario platformers out there. Y'all lied to me. Okay? Y'all lied to me. Let's start with the obvious problem. Every area is a planetoid. So that means all of your movement is going to be done in curved areas where you have zero camera control. So this game has an automatic camera that's going to move at will. And because it moves at will, if you're pressing left and Mario goes left, one shift of the camera and now pressing left makes Mario go up. In a platformer, sometimes the camera angles might just flip because you've shifted the gravity, shifting your movement. This is not a minor issue. This affects your ability to navigate in a platformer. Now, even when the camera does cooperate, the movement is far from perfect. Because most of this game is set in space, Mario's movement was made really floaty, almost as if most areas put you in a water level when you're clearly not in one. And I love playing a game, but slower, because I'm in float physics. Oh, I do love it. The motion controls, they're ass. Because the original game required the Wii control to catch the little star currency scattered around the map. I'm pretty sure that they show it somewhere here. There's gonna be stars littered around here when you fly. It doesn't feel as good with the Switch Joy-Cons either. What else? The Ghost Racing level? Fuck that. Honestly, I usually try to complete as much of a Mario platformer as possible. I have 100% of most Mario platformer games. But this one was, I think this was the first Mario platformer game where I just wanted to get the main story over with so I could move on with my life. I think that, much like any older game, when you remove nostalgia, you will notice flaws and frustrations that you didn't notice back then because you didn't have anything better. And at the time, there was nothing better than Super Mario Galaxy, I'm sure. But today, in a world where you've experienced Super Mario Odyssey, I think if you replay this game, you're gonna find a lot of pain points. So let's rate this. I still don't think it's a D tier, but it's definitely a C tier for me. I would rank this along... It's still better than Chrono Trigger. I would place it there. Sure. Alright, only 7 games left. So, this one was surprising actually. The Tactical Breach Wizard one.
In a world where the top special forces operatives are all just wizards for some reason, one team.
Now, I played this expecting a bit more XCOM, again, it's me looking for an XCOM replacement. Grid-based, tactical, soldiers, strategy, you get the drift. It's actually more of a puzzle game than a tactics game. In a way, I did get XCOM because the soldiers deploy, you figure out how to extract them by beating the enemies. I love the characters. Like, their dialogue has punch, it feels natural. You're gonna see these characters like having some small banter before each mission. They're gonna taunt each other, say funny jokes. Depending on the character, I don't know, their humor might be a hit or miss. The story was interesting. It's about chasing an agent whose magic allows her to see the future. And you play with a team of, they've been showing spellcasters, who work as sort of a SWAT member unit. So you get your wizards, your witches, necromedics, mercenaries. So you're going to be shooting enemies, but you're also going to be summoning lightning to push an enemy out of the map. You're going to resurrect a guy mid-combat. You're going to push somebody into a portal. The game also has a fair difficulty. I think some missions can be rough if you're aiming for all the bonus side objectives, and in later missions you're genuinely going to be thinking for a few solid minutes, how to beat certain bosses. It's also a relatively small game. I think this 10 to 15 hours you can finish it. It's relatively small. Very few missions are really going to pose a challenge, but I found it a decent, like, light-hearted game just to pass the time. So, where do we place? I actually didn't touch those modifiers. I just played the game raw as is, and it works just fine. I think we can place this as a C+ game. And I would say yes, it would be the highest C tier. Only 6 left. It's looking pretty good. We got a lot of B stuff. Wow. Also C. Alright, we're almost there. What do we got next? Is this Wind Waker? It is Wind Waker. Nice. This one was actually overdue. I had already played on the Nintendo DS the other 2 entries that had this cartoonish art style, which was Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. back when I was way younger. The reason I chose to play this was also because I gave up on any chance that Nintendo will actually release this game on the Switch. So as a result, the sailing system is not really new. Phantom Hourglass had that. I do like the feel of sailing in this game compared to Mario and Luigi Brothership, because here at least the ship feels like it's sailing across the waves instead of just dashing to the nearest area. On the other hand, the stretch of water between each island can feel really fucking long sometimes. The dungeons are the classic Zelda, puzzle-focused, rewarding exploration. Oh, damn, that was a short one. Okay. Okay, I guess we can just close that one up. What was I saying? The dungeons. Yeah, the dungeons are just classic Zelda. Combat is solid. The enemy AI doesn't really pose any challenge. Even when I didn't know how to bypass their shields by the end of the game, I still pushed through. I had nothing to add on the story. The story is standard Link versus Ganondorf to get to Zelda before it gets too late. Character-wise for me, I think the highlight was the introduction of Tetra and her pirates. No spoilers there. They've just felt very refreshing in a Zelda tale. On a more negative note, hey Nintendo, why the fuck does Tingle require me to pay 3,184 rupees for deciphering the Triforce charts, which are mandatory for finishing the main story? Are you high on bath salts? I understand that there are versions that you're supposed to play which are better. I think the Wii U version's better. Hey, I ended up playing the GameCube one, so it is what it is. I would place this one as either a low B or a high C. I think I would place this as a low B. And looking at what I have here, I am thinking here. I think a lower B, higher C. I think it's fine where it is. Okay, up next we have Tower Dominion. Roguelite, as usual. Tower defense. 3 fashions. This game has become officially my favorite tower defense game ever. Because you don't just place the towers, you build the terrain yourself. You got dozens of generals, each with their own unique ability, 3 different factions, which require 3 different ways of playing. They all come with their own unique buildings, unique upgrades. Each decision actually matters. Which upgrade you take after each wave, which new tower, which buff, where you're going to place each piece of the terrain, where you're going to place your units, where you're going to create your choke points, and you get replay value. There's multiple difficulty levels, which are essentially how many exits do you have from your base. This one's difficulty 1, for example. That one was difficulty 3. And not only that, you also can play with modifiers in the highest difficulty. You have an actual codex to complete, which incentivizes you to actually try out all the buildings and all the buffs. It's not the most colorful, flashiest tower defense game out there, but to me it's certainly the most tactical. Very rarely did I ever feel that a defeat was due to RNG or unfair. More often than not, it's just because I overfocused on handling shielded units and I neglected the stealth ones, for example. So I think this goes on the A tier. And on the A tier, I think I will put this... I think this will be the highest of A tiers. I think it deserves it. And you know what? I'm going to make a change and move Stuffer K's just below Ball Pit. Maybe I'm being a little bit too biased there. I think this is a bit more fair. Alright, next up we have Warhammer Vermintide 2. Alright, It's a first-person, basically hack-and-slash type of game. Have you ever wanted to break your mouse? Now you can, with the help of Retard Fantasy 2, a clicker game disguised as a co-op game. Now, if you've ever wanted to go back to the feel of playing an early 2000s game, this game feels, looks, and plays exactly like that. So, to start us off, for a game with so much variety in weapons, you got swords, guns, bows, I think Rangers got the short end of the stick. Ranged play is ineffective. You're gonna deal a tenth of the damage that a regular guy spamming the sword or a magic staff will do. The loot and progression systems in this game are a grind fest. Your gear drops are gonna rely on loot boxes, which means you're at the mercy of random loot, which means that you're gonna play run after run after run just to chase slightly better stats. But the kicker for me is that this game, on higher difficulties, oh my god, you will press your mouse more in 10 minutes than you would typically do in a whole week. Bots are gonna be notorious at overwhelming you, just magically popping up behind you the second you stop having your back against the wall. And you're gonna end up being focused on massively spam clicking your mouse to slice through the 50, 60, 70, 900 bodies coming at you. It's ridiculous. But hey, none of that is the real enemy of the game. You know what the real enemy of the game is? The servers. How would you like to go on an adventure and 20 minutes in get randomly disconnected, resetting the whole adventure? Would you like to see enemies clip through walls to stab you in the back and kill you? This game is grindy, frustrating, and overly repetitive. And I mean repetitive on your own fucking hardware. It's nothing more than a tedious experience that I should have never paid for. This only loses to Mario and Luigi Brothership, honestly. It just loses to that. Only Brothership is that bad, but Vermintide is not that far either. Alright, next up is We Were Here. Another good old one from Total Mayhem Games. Yep, I finally got to play the very first iteration in the We Were Here series. I was surprised. I expected, because it was the first game, that it would be a little bit less good, but ideas were already very solid and fun since then. From my side, I actually started in a room that already contained like every partial answer to every level that my partner had to venture through. So part of my challenge was understanding which part of all the massive amount of clues I needed to even start looking at. Other than that, it works in the same manner as all the others. Cooperation, communication. Ditch the walkie-talkie mechanic, I keep recommending that. Just stick to a simple Discord call for easier communication. A nice thing is that being the first game, it's pretty short and sweet. Me and a friend finished the game in 75 minutes. Not to mention it's free. Yeah, the game is free. So why not give it a try, right? Now, of course, being a strictly two-player game, it has the all too familiar massive requirement that you need a friend to play this. So, I think We Were Here is worthy of high B, and I would place this right here. I think it's one of the higher Bs. And next up we got another of the We Were Here series. We Were Here Expeditions: The Friendship. This is actually the last iteration of Total Mayhem Games so far. And since it is the last iteration, I expected more than a short 3-hour adventure. Like, it plays in the exact same way as all the other games in the series, but in this one, you and your friend are incentivized not only in beating the puzzle, but in perfecting each puzzle to get the maximum score. I am, however, gonna rate this lower than the We Were Here game, because compared to other main entries, it is much shorter and also much easier to figure out.
Okay, we are in.
I also didn't notice that the trailer had a person. I didn't even realize that.
Wait, I'm not ready.
Going now. Up.
Yeah, one person watches, guides the other one. And you want to do this as perfectly as you can because there's actually scoring on the puzzle. And you want your ship gains parts as you win the puzzles. And you want your ship to be golden, basically. Alright, we don't have to keep looking at that. I think this one is a C+. Not B, it doesn't stand in the same place as we were here. But I do think it can go right there. C+. And now finally, just to finish us off, Yu-Gi-Oh! Good old Yu-Gi-Oh! This is an 18-second trailer, wow. Is this even gonna show anything? Okay, I will pause right there. This is the one scene that actually shows something. Holy shit. A little bit of music for background. So, basically, before there was Fire Emblem, apparently this was a thing. Instead of playing typical Yu-Gi-Oh!, this game turns it into a turn-based strategy game that revolves around throwing dice, where you throw a dice, create a board on the floor to summon a monster, and then you place it on the board to attack your opponent's monsters or the opponent directly. 4 issues with this game. First of all, no tutorial. The Switch version gave it a digital booklet, which did help me out a bit though. Second problem, this game is slow. It is painfully slow. Dice rolls will determine everything you do, including whether you can even summon a monster or not. Third issue, I found out in about an hour of gameplay that you can actually stall and lock your opponent out of summons. With some help of the luck of the dice, you can place your dice, your field, in such a way that your opponent doesn't have room to place theirs. So effectively, they can't place any monster on the field, and you've eliminated the need for the whole battle. Fourth issue. Even if I genuinely cared for this game, and I wanted to build a better dice set, buy new ones, the game is grindy. Each one of the 5 Exodia die costs 30,000 gold. Now, I can't remember how much you get per fight, but I'm fairly sure it would require dozens if not hundreds of combats to buy a single die. Of a very slow game. Each match is gonna take you like 15 to 20 minutes sometimes. Now, to be fair, this was the precursor to Fire Emblem, so kudos for even attempting a new formula, but especially by modern standards, this just falls completely flat. I think this is a low D tier, I would say. Worse than Mario Kart World, definitely. I think it'll be right there. And that's it. That is a 79 game tier list. Let's pull it down so we can see. And oh my goodness, 6 masterpieces, quite a few A tier games, lots of Bs, few Cs, few Ds and Fs, that's what I like to see. Alright, and that is 2025. Now, looking at what we had for 2025, we had Expedition 33, we had Ball Pit, we have Hollow Knight Silksong, we had Hades 2. I honestly think that it's going to be really hard for 2026 to be a better year for gamers than 2025. One can only hope. We'll see what we get. I already know what game I'm going to start playing tomorrow. And I guess I will see you guys then. So, chat, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. I will be live tomorrow for... Wait, where am I? There we go. I will be live tomorrow for more streaming. We're going to stream something completely new. And I will see you guys then. Well, around... What time is it? Around 5:30, 6 p.m. Central European time.